All right, we are live, you guys. Let me know if everything sounds good and that we're all set to do this. All right, you guys, so welcome back. Thanks for tuning in to today's stream. I know it's been 2 days late, and And as you guys may realize pretty soon here, Ellie's not joining us on today's stream. We were at an amusement park this past weekend, and I think she got either food poisoning or some sort of stomach bug or something, but she's been down for the count these past few days. She's still not feeling 100%, so, you know, unfortunately, we just need to keep pressing on with some of these projects, and so she'll probably be lingering in the background on chat, but other than that, yeah, it's just going to be me today. Hope you guys are going to be ready for a long duration stream. I mean, okay, let's be honest. It's probably going to be a 2-hour, maybe 3-hour stream. There's a good amount of people on our Discord that are actually on the other side of the world, and so they're getting on later in the night. And so we're trying to see if we can maybe bridge that gap, if you will, stream a little bit later. Technically, this is an hour later than what we normally do, but also later in the week. So hopefully we'll have a different subset of viewership. And obviously, you know, we're just getting started with this, so we're going to be learning about your guys' watching behaviors and all that stuff, and trying to make sure that we've got this stream going for as many people as possible, right? Obviously, everyone's living their lives and has they all have stuff going on, but we just wanted to at least try and make it easier for as many people as possible. Hey, Bob, Think Computers, thanks so much for hanging out and being here, and appreciate that. I'm sure Ellie will as well. See, Ellie's lingering in the chat. I don't know how long she'll be doing that, but yeah. So, as you can see, we've got quite the array of things going on here. So basically, last week's stream was first impressions on the Cooler Master MasterFrame 600. This is it gutted down. You know, we were checking out as many different aspects about the chassis as we could during the first impressions. And if you guys remember, there were a few things that we're kind of very quickly running into in terms of like issues for us. Now, I do need to preface that with the real, honest to God fact is that we love to do things differently here at Liquid House. We also love to push every single piece of hardware in a computer as much as possible, and not just performance-wise, but like actual like ergonomics. How can it actually be applied in as many different possible ways, you know, as possible, right? We strive to make sure that we showcase our computers done in as a different way as possible, just for the fact of challenging your mindset when you see a new case, right? When this case came out, I think it was like a month ago, and this has been a hyped up case for a while now from Cooler Master, but when the case first came out, everyone was immediately realizing that it seemed like a modular case with all the different mounting spots, as you can see throughout the entire frame of the case on every side. And so, you know, that was a huge thing for us, right? Is, oh man, that's the main thing that we love to do here at Liquid House, is find modularity in as many different things as possible. And if there isn't modularity, then we mod a computer, right? We mod the case, or we mod whatever piece of hardware to make it as modular as possible. We also love taking a build that we have done, tearing it apart, and doing a second variant on it, and kind of seeing the ins and outs of what we could do, what we can achieve even after the fact, right? And so basically, the idea for this silver one was we were going to do an initial simplistic build. We did mock it up with a giant 400 millimeter dual 200 millimeter fan radiator from Alphacool, and it fit really nicely right here, just adjacent to the motherboard. That being said, it is such a thick radiator that it actually impeded long GPUs like almost immediately. Now, there are plenty of GPUs, especially when you water cool them, that have, you know, a total length that is less than the ATX motherboard width, right? So that theoretically could be not a problem at all. But we are dealing with a massive graphics card here, and I actually just realized that it's off frame, so I'm going to bring this in here. This is the holy grail of the build. Let's see here. Yeah, so this is the RTX 5090 ORS Master Stealth Ice Edition. We were very fortunate to get one of these from our friends at ORS Gigabyte, and obviously, you know, we're showing off as much ORS hardware as possible with this build. Anyway, moving on. I'm just trying to preface things as much as possible so you guys have an understanding what's going on here. So during the past week, we kind of really challenged ourselves with finding out a really fun and unique take on this case right out the gate. During last week's stream, we came across quite a few roadblocks in terms of like our initial impressions. What we thought would be the case with certain things wasn't actually the case. This rail system isn't as modular as you would think. And, you know, we're going to be talking about that. But throughout the week, we really applied ourselves here in terms of like, oh, you know what? If we don't like it, then we're going to remake the ergonomics of this case. And that is mainly because we're utilizing this rail system that the brackets that came with the case out of the box, they do help. And they would probably be enough for, I would say 85%, maybe 95% of the people out there building a computer. But, you know, and let's be honest, computer hardware these days is really expensive. And so when people are spending that kind of money, they really want what they want, right? And I would hate for anyone getting this case coming across something that's like, oh man, this actually can't do what I want it to do. And I got a case in hopes that it would be as modular as possible, right? Which is why they get a MasterFrame 600, right? All this modular frames and all that. So we kind of had that same thought process. It's like, oh man, we can do all sorts of cool stuff. Realized very quickly that we couldn't. Just a real quick one off the top of our head. Last week's stream, we were dealing with these removable bars that I think you get 4 or 5, I think maybe even 6 of these rails that are just 1/8 steel, actually same material that we use a lot in our own products. But they came with a bunch of them. And so we were going to utilize these to mount radiators and all this stuff and try and figure out, you know, how many different things we can do with these modular rails, right? And well, very quickly we found out that the hole spacing for these rails do not line up with any 120 or 140 or even the 200 millimeter radiators that we threw in here. I don't understand why. I don't understand why the hole spacing is the way that it is, right? You know, when we were talking last week that in our head, we would run a rail, a long oval through here, and rather than a bunch of holes, because it allows greater flexibility. One thing with that is if you're to do a giant rail, that second piece right here, that second skinny piece, right? You think about the bottom set of the circle. If that's just a single band of material, it's going to be really wobbly if you're not using it fully. Even if it is aluminum, and aluminum is a bit more stiff in that regard versus steel. Steel kind of waves or wobbles over a longer lengths of material with no support. So what they could have done is maybe like a 40 millimeter length rail, and then it connects. A 40 millimeter rail connects. And then just do a bunch of individual rails rather than holes throughout the whole thing. Because one thing, for instance, with this, so this is the motherboard tray right here. And I'm actually going to change the camera angle so you guys get a better look of what's going on here. Okay, so I'm going to move this camera a bit so that we have a better idea of what's, if I can show you up close. All right, so with this viewpoint, I can better show you guys what we're talking about here. So right here, we've got one of the 6 rails that you get with the case. If you look closely, there's a hole right here and a hole right here. We tapped new holes just adjacent to this wide tab so that we can have this bar mount to the chassis and go the entire length. And you couldn't do that before. The holes tapped on this tab and this tab and this tab were all different. So very quickly, it was very much that kind of instance where you would have it would seem like full modularity freedom, except as soon as you actually got started, you would realize very quickly that, oh, it's not actually as what it seems, right? So we ran into that very quickly. Let's see, I'm going to change these camera settings up real quick. Make sure that looks as good as it can. But yeah, so, and that honestly was the last time that we decided to modify the existing materials for this case. Everything else after that, we actually started just 3D printing our own brackets to work with this rail system. Now, obviously not everyone has a 3D printer, but there are more than a few services, companies, websites out there that can print designs for you. And that's something that a few people have been already mentioning to us, that anything that we're making on this case, we would make available. There is a few pieces that we did have time to paint. There were a few pieces that we didn't have time to paint. I'm really not stressed about it. This wasn't a project build where every little piece needs to be in pristine, immaculate version of itself. There are a few 3D printed pieces that are painted that weren't primered or sanded. I literally just painted them right out of the printer, and it honestly looks great. I'm really not stressed about it. You wouldn't know from standing 5 feet back, and so I'm really not stressed about it. That being said, there is a chance that we are going to be taking this build to SoCal for a fun little, it's not going to be little, actually, it seems like it's going to be pretty big, but Cooler Master is opening a new HQ in City of Industry next month, and there's a good chance that we'll be bringing this build down, hanging out with you guys, and it's going to be a great time. And it'll actually be a fun chance to look at this build up close. I'm really, and even then with people looking it up close, I'm not worried about people looking at the details and like, oh my gosh, I can see 3D print layer lines underneath the paint. Like, why did this guy like do this? Like, I'm not stressed about that. I wanted to focus on the functionality of what you can do with this case and a bit more resource, if you will, just like a 3D printer. At this point, it was really funny. Last Black Friday, we finally got ourselves a Bamboo Lab X1C. And since then, not really kicking ourselves, but laughing that we waited that long to get the printer, because now they got the H2S and we've got our eyes set on the bigger size printer. It's also quieter and faster and all around better than the X1C. And of course, it's cheaper than our price for the X1C during Black Friday. It's funny how that works, right? But we want to show you guys, we'll put together this build slowly, show you guys all the different things that we've changed about it, the additions, the enhancements, if you will. So let's just get into it, right? Bubba, thanks for being here. Better late than never, geez. I'm just kidding. All right, so one thing, actually, I should show you guys on the handheld cam so you guys have a better idea up close. So I want to show you guys and give as much context as possible so that you can really go on this journey together. Okay, So we're looking at the power supply, and in the photos from our social media, there was a shot where we were using the stock power supply mount, which is basically the exact same placement as right here, except this is a custom plate that we made for the power supply just to move it forward towards the front of the case. It did sit like 3 inches back. What I thought was pulling the power supply towards the front of the build so that you had a little bit more room for a pump. And so we've got a DDC right here hidden away, and as you can see, it's sitting on a 3D printed secondary bracket, which allows it to overhang on this edge right here because I didn't have full dimensions between right here and the base plate for the pump to fit. As you can see the fittings kind of recess behind the rail here. So it did overhang just a little bit, but you make a secondary bracket so that you can still mount it to the new power supply plate, but then it offsets the DDC. And then this is on, this pump mount is actually on an adjustable rail, so you can slide it in and out. And that allowed us to hide a pump. And this is really funny. This is a real throwback. But this DDC pump top is an old water cool DDC top that they haven't made in like 10 years. Been waiting for the right time to use it, and seeing that it's clear acrylic with a nice polished stainless steel plate on top matches really nice with the just a classic EK DDC heatsink. And then we're going to be doing a little bit of mixed fittings with some quantum torque from EK fittings, along with some Monsoon 90s and some Fantex compressions. One fun thing about, and this is just as an example, because I got to mock this up right here and show you guys, but we are going to be having some fun distro tubing plans. As you can see here, that is a mix between Monsoon 90s and then EK Quantum Torque 90s, and then the Fantex compressions that they don't make anymore, of course. I don't know why Fantex backed out of making all of the cool water cooling component parts that I really enjoyed. Now they're on to the easy fit kits, and I'm not the biggest fan of those, but yeah, so we're going to be having a lot of fun with water cooling. Might as well just get started. But one thing else I wanted to show you, and this is because I had the cables all mocked up right here, but this secondary piece right here, it's actually a 2-piece for this really fun cable shroud. And so it also directs all the cables that come out from the back. So all of this is going to be hidden away. Even if the power supply is facing upwards, we can redirect the cables out towards the back. So when this build is done, you're basically going to see no cables at all. There's also a fun little piece right here. This is a 3D printed shroud that covers the I/O cables on the front. And we just finished that up today. This is like the last design that I wanted to do, because after the mock-up, these were the only cables that you could see in the front of the build. So I definitely wanted to have a solution for that rather than have the only cables visible are the stupid I/O cables, right? No one's excited about I/O cables. So yeah, so this is going to be a fun build. We have a 9950X 3D from AMD we're going to be using with this build, and it's been sitting on it for a few months and have not opened it yet even. But now that we've got this build ready to go, we might as well bust this thing out and actually start installing some stuff. The RAM, we just posted about it yesterday. This was a really fun little piece. I want to show you guys. So this is a super fun DDR5 RAM cooler that I made in conjunction with the Bits Power. So these are Bits Power LN2 sleeves, actually. I think you can use them with their water blocks as well, but they're actually meant for the LN2 pot. And so they've got M2 actually. I thought they were M3 for a while, but they're M2 threads on either side. And so with that, it's kind of like the old school Dominator, Corsair Dominator Platinums, where the heat sinks themselves came with threaded ends, so you can add different things to them. Well, we decided, because we've been sitting on these 40mm noise blocker fans for so long, that it would be a really fun thing to implement a 3D printed design where it kind of completely integrates these fans into a stacked heatsink. And it's funny, right? It's not lost on me that 3D filament and heat don't really mix. They are on very short standoffs with, I think, nylon or ABS based standoffs. So I'm not worried about the heat warping this piece at all. The RAM's not going to get insane. We're not going to be overclocking this RAM. To be completely honest with you, I don't even know what speed RAM this is. But this is mainly just to show you guys the possibilities, right? So we're going to be installing this as well later on. The photos we posted yesterday were of a slightly different variant of this design that wasn't painted. And then we just had some time today to paint it. And honestly, it looks really good. It matches this finish damn near close. And that was without any sanding or any real prep on the print other than just spraying. So really happy with how it came out, and the paint's durable, has not chipped at all, and looks great. So we're going to be installing that as well. We also have a fun tube reservoir mount that we designed up. So this is, here, let's back this, zoom out a little bit. So this is our dual reservoir pump, or I'm sorry, reservoir mount. So this was a fun little thing I've been wanting to do for a long time. We actually have plans to do 2 ISO builds that utilize dual tube reservoirs on the back. And been kind of playing around with that idea in terms of like ergonomics, what's it gonna look like. As you can see here, these, you don't see any clamps holding these tube reservoirs in. And that's because we went through, I think, 3 or 4 variants of tolerance for the 3D print design itself and the tube reservoir, right? So played a tolerance between the OD of the tube reservoir, which is 60mm, and then the ID of the rings inside this reservoir mount. So this is insanely sturdy. I mean, like, it's not going anywhere. And it's just by tolerance pressure that's holding these in. I'm not worried about them falling. And if there's a problem, then it's on me. But I'm fully confident in that this is going to work. Obviously, this is a print design that we didn't paint. That would have been a little bit extra in terms of like painting the inside to make sure the paint doesn't mess with the tolerances, because it's such a very tight tolerance. So I didn't want any sort of paint or material getting in the way of that. And so it would have been a bit more extra time to paint these, but I'm not sweating it. And then as you can see, this really long span is a 200mm span for the case. So, you know, this mounts up perfectly like this. And it's got these like little filleted edges so it fits within the case. So it fits really nicely. And it's another example of, sure, the case didn't come with this, right? But it was relatively easy to create a solution that still maximizes the effectiveness of the modularity of what this case provides you. So it's a bunch of stuff like that. I'm really more excited about a really fun motherboard shroud that we made for this right here. So this is going to hide all of the, like, it's going to hide the gap in between this rail system and the motherboard itself. So this motherboard sits up here, but you can see everything underneath it. This huge gap. It's to create more depth within the case, but once the motherboard was mounted, you could see everything on the edges. And I didn't like that. To me, it seemed very counterintuitive of the stealth reverse connector whole motif, right? If you want to hide stuff, then hide it. And so we made these shrouds. And I did a two-piece shroud because it was really hard to like encapsulate the shroud in one go with the motherboard mounted. And then as you can see, we've got some cables that I kind of pre-done up so that I had an idea of what cable management is going to look like. For the most part, this is it in terms of cables. I haven't implemented the fan cables for the radiator, but there's not going to be any additional RGB. I'm not throwing in a bunch of RGB on this build. It's going to be very clean and simple. But the cable management on the back, when everything's said and done, it's going to look very much like this. It's going to be very clean and simple, and you won't be able to see any of it from the front. Now, with the, I wonder where that panel is actually. I think I might have put it in the box. But there was another panel that came with the case, and it sat on the bottom. And I am a little bummed that this panel wasn't made to match all the other panels. I get it, save cost and just create like a nice perforated panel that most people aren't going to deal with on the bottom, but this is now the bottom. So I'm not going to put this on any side, right? It looks horrible compared to the actual Cooler Master designed panels that you get. So what did we do? We created our own version. So this is a 3D printed panel, and it doesn't look half bad. And the silver is damn near close to the same silver on the other panels. And so this panel is actually going to go on this back side. So everything is going to have this grill mesh, and it's going to look really good. I'm like really excited about it. But yeah, let's get started and actually start installing some parts, huh? I am going to move down to the top down so that we can have a bit more intimacy with installing these parts. I'm going to pull this thing down. Don't really need that. Oh, and there is one other 3D printed design I wanted to show you guys, but we'll show it a little bit. Well, so if you look at this, you're like, what is this? So this, obviously, this is the 200 millimeter span. That is the width of the modular rail, right? That being said, if you look closely, it's an angled mount. So this is something that I've been wanting to do for a while now. So this is going to make the radiator at a slight tilt inward once everything is installed. It looks really cool. It's different enough to like second guess you. You're looking at it and you're like, wait a minute, is that not on right, or what's going on? But yeah, no, it's all by design. So we're gonna do a few little fun designs in this build. And once it's all done, this build's going to look way different from your normal, any normal MasterFrame 600 build, which is entirely the premise here, right? So, all right. Well, I guess I might as well flip it this way so that you guys have a better idea. Okay, so as you can see, this is without the heatsink on the bottom. That makes it look way cleaner. but we're going to be, is that in focus? That looks like it's in focus. We've got a random 1 terabyte NVMe. It's a Viper, Patriot Viper VP 4300, 1 terabyte. So not the best performer out there. Damn good drive for a lot of instances, but it's not the latest and greatest, but it is an extra drive that we've got that we're going to be utilizing for this build. And then obviously we've got the CPU. I do need to grab some thermal paste actually. We've got the Optimus Foundations CPU water block that we're going to be using, along with a mounting system that I just can't recommend to anyone, because you have the potential of doing a lot of damage. But something that I very quickly realized over all the years of building computers is the very specialized hardware, like the little thumb screws with the springs and the certain height standoffs that you put on and then put the block on. Those get lost actually easier than I want them to. Obviously I don't want them getting lost at all, but we've lost sets of that type of hardware all the time. And it's gotten to the point where now we just use straight up, straight screws with no way to stop it, with no way to really know if we've got full contact, where I'm literally just doing it by feel. As soon as it gets snug, that's basically it. And if for some reason the temps are really bad, that's when I crank a little bit more in terms of pressure. But I'm doing that while the system's running, while I've got load applied. That way I have the best case scenario of like, okay, now I'm getting the best contact pressure that I can get, right? So I'm grabbing some thermal paste here. We're actually running very low on thermal paste here at the house, so I'm gonna have to get some more soon. But I've got a few different brands. If I'm out on this Thermal Grizzly stuff, I do have Kingpin X paste. So I think I might be out. This looks like a maxed out tube. Let's see. It's a very short tube. This is one of the bigger ones. But I've also, something that's nice, I've taken away the sticker right here so you can see actually how much is in the tube left over. But I mean, we'll try, I want to go with the Thermal Grizzly stuff because I'd rather support the homies at Thermal Grizzly, which they just released their Delta Mate GPU water block for the Asus ROG Astral 5090. Crazy card, crazy water block. Too bad we don't have one. That's okay, because we've got a nice, pretty Horse Master Stealth Ice Edition, right? So, okay, so let's get going here. I believe, it's so funny, I don't even need to install any drives right here. This is off because when we're mounting the motherboard, I got to get to these screws right here and right here, and you can't access, this actually right here, these three you can't access when the giant heatsink sits on top. And so I'm leaving that off until the install's fully done. I love that everything is just toolless now. It's really nice. It makes builds a lot less cumbersome in terms of like getting going and then realizing way after the fact that, oh, I don't have this tool. Oh, I don't have this tool. And that's like, that was the fastest, easiest install ever for an NVMe. Yeah, the Kingpin stuff is so good, you guys. Also, thank you so much. Okay, Anthixius? Is that how you say your name, Anthixius? In my head, this is so funny. I gotta admit, every time I see your name, in my head, my brain reads it as just anxious. And I know it's not anxious, but my mind just reads it out loud as anxious. I know, hopefully you're not anxious, bro. I'm sure you're just hanging out, chilling. Thanks for being here. But yeah, no, every time, it's a cool name. Yeah, okay, Anthixius. It's a cool name, but just like quick glancing, I was like, oh no, he's anxious. Like, no, it's not anxious. He's not anxious. He's fine. Relax. Let him be. Oh man, I can't believe I'm actually opening this. We ordered these 99. We actually got two. This is ridiculous, I know. But it was when the 9950X 3D came out. And, you know, we were honestly fully planning on them being scalped. And so I was watching the AMD website, and I was watching Newegg, and I was watching Best Buy. I don't even think I tried Micro Center because we don't have a Micro Center nearby. And even the online web store, they don't really do you any favors for online sales. But we actually got in on AMD's website first with the 9950X 3D. And it's like, oh my gosh, yes, buy now, please. It gave me the chance to do it, and so I did it. And then I think Newegg, I had the page just refreshing like crazy, and it showed that they were in stock, and I'm like, and you guys, I mean, if you guys have been shopping for PC hardware in the past, you guys know that Newegg will lead you on a breadcrumb trail and say, oh yeah, it's in stock, you can buy now. And it'll yank it away from you at the last minute as you're checking out, or sometimes it'll yank it away from people who have already checked out. They'll say, oh, it actually wasn't in stock. Haha, JK, we're just kidding. Sorry, you're not going to get that product. So I just said send it on both Newegg and AMD, and they went through. And so we have two of these chips, and this is the first one that we've opened for this build. Been kind of waiting for the right moment to utilize them. Because it would be nice to utilize this kind of hardware in our main rigs and have actually better performing stuff than what we've got right now. Both mine and Ellie's main rigs are utilizing Intel 13900Ks, and they're great. I literally have no complaints. We got really lucky with no degradation. We just don't have any of those problems, and you know, we got those chips right as the first wave are coming out. We got them from Intel, and we've had really good luck with Intel stuff. That being said, you know, soon as that thing boots up for the very first time, I'm going to the BIOS and I'm undervolting it like crazy. And that's just been a thing that I've done with Intel stuff from the very get-go. And then like even now with AMD stuff, I'm immediately going into PBO, immediately setting curve optimizer, negative all cores, and a starting base of I think it's like the 8 multiplier, maybe even sometimes the 10, and just right off the rip. I don't even want to try pushing it. I want to see how far it can go with as little voltage as possible, right? So let's get some pace going. I'm just going to do an X, good old classic X. Man, this tube is like, I'm tired, boss. I got nothing left. This is definitely on the last little bit that we've got here. Hopefully it can make a full X before it runs out. Oh my gosh. No! You guys, we need more paste. Stat. Yeah, no, it'll be okay. Let me get a little bit more right here. Man, this tube is tired. Look at that sloppy, terrible looking X. That's okay, it's plenty of paste and it'll cover up everything nicely. Okay, so when I was mocking up everything last night, I was up till like 3 in the morning last night trying to mock up how this loop is going to go ahead of time, because it's definitely the slowest aspect about any build that we do. And it's mainly because we wing the loop design. We have found that it's better to go off of the vibe of the build, rather than like do a full render or drawing of how it's going to look like afterwards. Like, I'm not worried about how it's going to look like afterwards with the water cooling. What you do is you set up the hardware and configurations that make sense for the tubing. And this is going to be something that I'm going to be showing you guys later as we install these components into the case. Is, you know, obviously parallels look great, right? Rather than a bunch of random single lines going all over the place. Parallel lines just look so clean. They're kind of timeless, very tasteful way to run your tubing is, whenever possible, run 2 tubes, right? Not just a bunch of single. So the key for me was, all right, if I'm going to have lines going in every direction, it's got to be 2 lines. And so, like for instance, the top 420 rad, we moved the end tanks on the opposing corner, the side of the GPU, and then we had the dual res combo, the dual res, the tube res mount on the other corner with these 90s to create the other side of that dual tube routing segment. I'll show you guys. It's easier to show you than tell you. I know it sounds like word vomit. There's a method to our madness. So I am doing something I really can't recommend this to anyone. There's no way for me to stop those screws. Those are radiator screws, and they will go if I keep cranking on them. But I applied barely any pressure, just single fingertip, right? I'm not worried about it. It's going to boot up. The temps are probably going to be great. And if for some reason they're bad, I'm going to crank on it a little bit more while the system's running. I'm not stressed about it. But yeah, there we go. So Optimus water cooling foundations, CPU water block. Some good old Kingpin X. Now this is like the fun part. This is what I'm like really excited about. And I did this install so that it would be as clean as possible. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, that's right. I did invert this because we're going to be looking at it with IO down. And then these cables are going to be going in the same path layout as the GPU cable, since the power cable for the GPU like comes around like right here, since it's on the back. Man, that cooler looks so cool, man. Not everything needs to be water blocked. We're really thinking about doing a water block on this. Obviously, when we do CPU only water loops, we try and make up for the GPU being air cooled with a bit more complexity, right? And it's the same thing we did with the VESA build. We water blocked the RAM to make up for the fact that the GPU wasn't water blocked. And we were very close to doing that. And then I found the second one of these. These had been living fully separate lives from one another in completely different bins. And you know, after a move, I've just slowly been reorganizing like crazy. And I had come across the second one. I was like, oh my God, they can finally be paired up and be used. Now I got to find something to use it for. And it was like right as the time as I was thinking about water blocking the RAM. It's like, you know what? No, I'm just going to make the shroud, print it out. It's going to be dope and it'll look unique. And it does. I think in terms of like the only other one that's out on the market right now, I think Barrow makes a quad fan one, and I cannot imagine how loud it is. I think they're using like 20 mil fans, and I mean, like these aren't even going to be spinning that fast. These are not like crazy performance like server grade fans. I think the RPM on one's like 1300 RPM or 1400. So it's just a very nice gentle breeze. They're not going to sound like a tornado going on. You know, we also have the 20 mil thick 40 mil fans from Noctua, and could have used those, but honestly, I gotta say, I mean, I love Noctua and the whole team there, But we also love noise blocker on the whole team there. And this whole aesthetic, these fans look a lot better for this aesthetic than the classic Noctua Brown, right? So, all right, so now we've got NVMe installed, CPU and water block installed, RAMs installed. I'm not gonna install the heatsink yet for the lower part, because now we're just gonna mount it up into the case. So let's do that. I'm also gonna change up the camera angle again so that you guys get a real nice, good view. And I know it might drive some people crazy, but I'm going to be installing most of the stuff now upright. I'm not going to be laying anything down. And that's just, I don't know, personal preference. I've never really thought to myself, oh, I got to lay down a case to do stuff. And every now and then we'll post a reel or something where we're installing the motherboard vertically into a case, and people are like, what are you doing? And it's like, listen, man, you do you. You want to do things your way, that's fine. But we don't have a problem doing this. I mean, like, for instance, this motherboard sits flat on its I/O without problem. So, like, it's just sitting there, like, not doing anything. So I'm not stressed about it. I'm not going to stress about it. So, one thing I don't like about this case are the welded or the pressed standoffs. As you guys know, we're big proponents of the removable standoff so that you can install a BOK. And that's not possible with this. And that's fine because you've got all sorts of different places to mount a BOK, but it's still weird that a case that is touting modularity in every sense of the word has fixed in position standoffs. It's just very counterintuitive to me. So with this install, I got a question for chat. We'll also see who's paying attention. But we also have some really nice purple, oh, you can't even see that. Some nice purple standoffs. And being that this is a Cooler Master build, I was thinking about swapping those washers, the silver washers that we've got here with the purple ones, just to have a fun little Cooler Master touch. We are going to be doing purple sleeving. It might even do purple fluid, but I'm wondering if you guys think it would look good if we did purple washers on the motherboard. Because I'm very hot and cold about what that's going to look like. It might be too much, but it might be just the right amount. So check this out. This is such an exciting thing. This is probably one of the more exciting 3D prints design ideas that we have been playing with. And I've been wanting to do this for a long time. But basically, it seals up all the exposed parts. It's also the first time installing it painted. Before it was just the white filament. But the silver looks so good. Purple washers will be dope. Okay. All right, I'll do purple washers. Thank you, chat. Thanks for being here, you guys. All right, so Purple washer number 1. I'll swap the other ones out. I didn't see you guys. But yeah, that purple looks so nice. It's just enough. Nice, tasteful bit. So how's everyone's week going? What day is it? I don't even know what day it is. It's a Wednesday, right? I opened my phone getting a spam call. It's so funny. Yes, it's Wednesday. I was up so late last night getting the final touches of this build done. I fully thought at one point that it was like a weekend. And doing this full time, it's absolutely, in every sense of the word, getting rid of a 9-to-5 job for 24/7. Doing this stuff full time is insanely stressful. And so I find myself up all hours of the night, either thinking hard about something or overthinking small stuff that doesn't matter, and having my mind run wild with bad thoughts. Okay, this is the trickier one. Take a little bit of finesse to get this one in. There we go. Now, you won't see these screws, so I'm just gonna rock the silver one. You know, it did this last time. This is a really weird thing that the print does, and I need to know why. Was it that? So I made this design into a 2-piece print, split right here because it was really hard to do this in one go and have it installed. Right, as you can see, it took a bit of work to get these in. These little pieces span out and have to connect. So to get it to, I would have to like kind of open it, and it put a lot of stress on this, being that there's 2 structural walls right here, and I didn't want to crack the print by accident. And so I made it into a 2-piece. And as I was putting this together, I mean, it's literally a single design that I cut right here. I extruded away from one another, then printed it. So this is the same design, but for some reason it has a weird lineup issue, just ever so slightly. I mean, it's very slight, but obviously it drives me nuts because I freaking designed this thing. I did not design it like that. Something started happening to my head. Got sick maybe over the weekend. Sinus are still. Oh man, that sucks, dude. Oh, this week's been crap for you guys. I'm sorry. You know, I know who else is struggling is Ellie right now. Ellie's been going through it. I'd be willing to bet you she's probably lost like 5 pounds from throwing up because I don't know what kind of crazy stomach bug or food poisoning she got at the local amusement park, but it has been knocking her ass out. And it's bumming me out because I gotta be there for her while she just suffers. And this last screw is actually kind of a tricky one. I had discovered that the heat sink, this bottom shroud for the motherboard, is very tolerant dependent. And so this tab and screw need to be as low profile as possible for it to fit correctly. That's why that screw is a little different looking. Ooh, that looks real nice. All right, now let's put the heatsink on. Yeah, I think, yeah, because we were at the amusement park on Saturday, and Sunday, I think, no, Sunday's when it hit her, and it hit her like a freight train. We were at her parents' house just hanging out, and all of a sudden she vanished, and she was throwing up. And so we went home, and the rest of the entire day was her just throwing up anything that she put in her body. It was so sad. Okay, let's see how the tolerance works with that. Oh yeah, that looks nice. Oh, it's so good. You guys, wow. I do wish these were white. That was one thing I was thinking about in terms of like additional mods is re-sleeve these white, but I just didn't have time. And you don't really see the cables once everything is installed. So with that, let's install this crazy GPU, yeah? Man, this is just so clean. It's such a clean card. Here, I can. It's so big you can't even get it in the shot. I could back this camera out a bit. Yeah, this thing's a monster. As far as I know, the Oris Master and the Strix and now Astral cards are the biggest on the market, from what I have seen. And if you go the ASUS route and have a BTF setup, yeah, that power connector is really nice to have, but I really like Oris's implementation of their version of Stealth, because this is a non-proprietary way, so that if anyone, like say you have a normal motherboard, but you want to clean up it something, or like, okay, so for instance, this is something that I've seen. People have bought whatever version of a graphics card that they can at times. And sometimes people have ordered a BTF style card because that was the only one they can get their hands on. To which I say, okay, yeah, totally valid. If you're in the market for one and you're just having a horrible luck trying to get the exact model card that you want, I feel you. But also, if you get an ASUS BTF card and you don't have a BTF motherboard, you're kind of stuck, because it's not like you can just simply hot swap it to a normal connector. And so this way, Oris helps you out in a little bit, because they're not forcing your hand with proprietary means. And I get why brands go the proprietary route. And, you know, with ASUS, that's totally valid on their part, right? They've pioneered a lot of different really cool stuff in this space. And so I don't blame them for wanting to go the proprietary route for a lot of different things. But little stuff like this, non-proprietary route, I am very happy about. It just gives more people more options, right? It doesn't force you into anything. And really, the connector being right here is damn near the same kind of ergonomics as a BTF connector board and GPU from ASUS. So this is something funny, if you guys are paying attention. The cutout for the I/O for the graphics card is still right here. Now you may be thinking, why didn't you just move the feet over and have this down here so that this rail wasn't in the way? One, well, to answer that, one, it worked just fine with this still being here and not this. But also, this is a huge letdown. These feet are not bolted in. These feet are literally double sticky adhesived. And it kind of blew my mind. I was fully thinking, oh yeah, I'll just move the feet over, no big deal, rotate this case like I always try and do, right? As you guys know, I love having an IO down motherboard orientation. That was my first thought after the first initial impression stream that we did last week. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna move the feet. And I couldn't figure out like how they're mounted. Like, man, where is the screw at? Like fully thinking that it was screwed in. And I was like, you know, I'm just gonna pull and see what happens. Because it is a fully rubber foot. And I'm pulling away and I realized that it's adhesive tape. And half of the tape, of course, got stuck on the case. Half of the tape came with the foot. And it was messy. And it was really kind of upsetting, to be honest with you. And it blew my mind. I was like, well, all right. So I put that foot back and I was like, I'm just gonna leave it because I'm not gonna try and move these feet, screw up the adhesive on the tape, potentially have to get new tape. And I don't have the kind of tape that they had. I've got like 3M squishy tape that's like a foam double adhesive. They're using like a really thin double adhesive, like really sticky stuff. I don't have that on hand. And personally, I don't feel like you should have to do that. With this case being full railed everywhere, and like, it's crazy. You guys can't see from this end. And once the build's done, I'll show you guys. But like, the case has like little rubber teeth that go into these grooves, these holes. So it looks like, oh yeah, it works with this system and you can just put them anywhere. No, you can't. And it was just really, it's a huge bummer to realize. But so yeah, that's why it's like that. They're not glued, they're taped. But yes, it is cheap and I don't like it. You're a rubber foot. Yeah, no, it's big in the sense that it kind of looks big right now with this camera angle. It's not, this camera angle might not be doing it any favors. I do like it when it's a little bit lower. That way you guys get a better view. I mean, we were talking about this last week, about how like if you were to go on Newegg and shop cases, and I think one of the criteria is full tower or super tower, I think. I don't feel like this case is like an overly tall case. It's not as wide as like a dual chamber Lean Lee, but I mean, as you guys saw on our social media, we packed a 400 millimeter radiator in this thing without issue. Like it really fit, no problem. And we're gonna use that with the black version because we have a black one of these cases as well. So we're gonna be using that radiator in the next build with all MSI hardware. But okay, yeah, so I mean, might as well do some cable installs, right? Because I mean, we're here. So this is all kind of preset already, just to make it a bit easier for the stream. But also, it's really nice just being able to say, oh, you know what? I'm gonna install my cables in a fashion where it's like easily accessible, because, you know, when you're plugging in cables in a build that's like partially built, it's still a pain, right? Because you've got all the other stuff in the way as you're installing cables on the front. With this, it's just like, oh man, it's so easy. And every little cable is just literally a straight shot. So this is, I think I might move this over. I had needed to move these cables around a bit so that the IO shield that we designed right here hides all of the IO cables. But because of that, the cables needed to be sucked deep in right here. And so I might need to readjust how some of these cables are going, but it's not really a big deal. Yeah, no, this case is dope. Also, I want to make sure I'm not missing any of this chat. So let me scroll up here and make sure that I'm not missing anything. Okay. Jose, I did miss your comment. Sorry about that. Yes, we are only water cooling the CPU, and that's mainly because Oris sent over the Oris Master Stealth Ice GPU to use in this build, and this GPU is just too good as is. I would hate to immediately block it. And also, to be completely honest with you, I don't even know if this card will see a water block in the future, because this is a special PCB, right? This is the Stealth PCB. The power connector's on the back, it's not on the front here. So if there is a water block for the Oris Master, it's probably for the non-Stealth version of it. With this, I mean, like, in my head, if you are in the market for this card, it's because you're looking for this aesthetic and ergonomics. You're not looking to water block it, especially in the sense that there are tons of different variants of cards with all sorts of different water blocks available already in a 5090, right? So if you're going for this, it's because you are specifically looking for this exact kind of setup. All right, and that's it. That's the cable for the GPU done. Now I just have to figure out a way to maybe zip tie these in. Yeah, this is a weird thing this print is doing. It did this last time, and then I got it to like sit straight. It's just ever so slightly off, and it's driving me nuts. I know you probably won't even realize it. And if I didn't say anything, you guys wouldn't realize either, but it's driving me nuts because I freaking designed the thing. Designed it to fit right, not to be not right. One thing I don't like about these cables, so like, real quick, this GPU cable, you can see this Sense cable like dangling about. This cable had sleeving on it, but it had sleeving with heat shrink like right here. And so I needed a nice flexible bend in this cable right here, and the heat shrink for the sleeve made the cable super stiff, and so I couldn't actually get the bend that I wanted. So I just completely de-sleeved the cable, and so that's why these Sense wires are kind of dangling around. This cable was meant to be sleeved fully, and I said no. All right, so now we got USB-C cable to install. And the header is going to be tight fit, but gotcha. And then classic 3.0. Let's see if I don't bend any pins, right? That would be fun. All right. So, for instance, this cable goes through here and then to the power supply. So, if you clean these up, that's basically that's it for cables for this build. That's what the cable manager is going to look like. I did want to sleeve the pump cable white, didn't have time. I think in the future, if I feel pressed about it, I guess I will do that. I'll take apart the RAM cooler, sleeve these cables white, sleeve the pump white, but for the most part, you won't even really see any of that stuff. So it's a very clean presentation. So I've got the I/O cover right here, hiding all the I/O cables. So that looks nice and matching silver. So with this, I want to show you guys this. So I do have to take apart this jumbled up mess of cables, because I kind of put it there to make sure that it would fit in the shroud, because this is also why the cable management on the back is so clean, is because a lot of the cables are being tucked away inside the shroud that I made. So this is a 2-piece shroud. So here, I'll show you. All right. So this shroud, this is a 2-piece shroud. So these holes that you see, they go where these screws are. And I'm only going to take out a few of the screws so that this is anchored in. So when I put the shroud on, the shroud is going to be anchored because it's going to be bolted internally to the power supply. So the shroud sits like that. And then I run bolts on this and then on the back. And that way I'm able to hide all the cables in a really fun kind of stylistic way. That also directs the cables towards the back, right? So you don't see any of it. And it's big enough to hold a good amount of cables. But yeah, this was a fun little 3D printed design. This, I think, was one of the first designs I did for this case. It took a little bit to get these holes lined up right, but this is a really nice 2-piece design. I'm finding that 3D printing and designing works best in multi-part setups. It would have been really hard to do this in one part, right? But if you make it a 2-piece, it's insanely easy to install. It's easier down the line, right? Rather than an initial install, it's like really a pain in the butt. And you hope they don't touch it again, right? Because it was such a pain in the ass the first time. But this is, being that we tear down our rigs and reuse all the hardware as much as possible in our stuff, I didn't want to shoot myself in the foot and have to worry about it later, right? So I did want to make it easier on myself for teardown, for rebuild. So this is a 2-piece thing just to make it easier for myself. So we're going to run all those cables through this hole first, tuck them in here. Obviously I got to bolt this down, but then once everything's tucked in, I can just hide these cables and then throw these bolts in, and then we're going to be good. And then that'll be it for cables. The rest is going to be all water cooling. So pretty exciting stuff. The clearance below the case, are you talking about the gap right here? Oh, are you talking about because like plugging in stuff? So for instance, the motherboard and GPU are pretty recessed. So I mean, like, I can get my index finger. I mean, I can, if I've got my calipers, I can just measure it. I don't know if I've got my calipers down here. But I mean, by feel, this feels like a 1/2 inch, right? But to plug stuff in, this is recessed like another 3/4 of an inch, the GPU I/O, and then the motherboard I/O is recessed like 1/2 inch as well. So you can plug stuff in and then tuck the cable on the back side, same with the GPU, and you'll be able to plug in stuff with the I/O down. I'm not at all worried about that. And also, you know, if you're going that route, right, then one thing to really consider in the future is finding like thin, very flexible versions of cables that you already have, right? So like an HDMI cable that's got a really short plug-in head with like a very flexible cable, that would be the play for something like this. Same with like USBs. Like you can buy USB cable extensions that are only like a few inches long, but the male part is right angled right away. So you can plug it in and immediately have all sorts of clearance after it's plugged in. And then it's just an extension pigtail. And then that extension pigtail can come out right here, and then you just plug cable to cable. So you don't have to mess with the I/O much depending on how you have it set up. One thing that we always push for with doing like open air builds where the I/O is down or kind of like cumbersome is USB-C hub, right? Relocate a hub somewhere. If for some reason, like for instance, this case only has one USB-C and 2 USB 3.0s. If I wanted a few more USB-Cs, well then I'm just gonna install a hub and I'm gonna put it somewhere fun and cool, right? Like you can find a silver hub on Amazon for like 20 bucks and I could put it just adjacent to the foot here, or I can put it inside the build and just have a way to plug in stuff. So like that is not really something that I'm too concerned with in that regard. Oh, you guys, I plugged the CPU block in the wrong orientation for the loop. Oh, that sucks. Because that was the last little bit of paste that I had. Well, maybe I think I can get maybe one more application out of it. I had this all mocked up, and the inlet is on this side right now, and the inlet's supposed to be over here. And I had rotated it, but I had done it with the board installed, and then when I had the board uninstalled, sitting flat, it threw me off. Darn it, that's okay. But yeah, okay, so let's sort out how this needs to go. So this power supply screw has the Torx bit head screws, and we're going to be pulling these two corner ones out. And again, this is just I'm just doing a screw replacement, and there's a bunch of screws holding this power supply together, and I'm only taking half of them off so that I can put new bolts in with the 3D print. That way it anchors down the first part of this 2-part shroud. All right. Question is, what hardware do I use? They are M3, but they're kind of relatively short length thread, and I don't want to throw too long a thread in there. I doubt I'm going to be hitting anything, but I just want to be sure, you know? So I think I will use these screws. Oh man, I love it when a plane comes together. This is the first time I've actually bolted this down to the power supply. Before I was just mocking it up. Oh, the head might be a little tall. Yeah, it is. It creates a gap. It's okay, I'll use a different screw. I try and make my 3D designs as tolerant as possible for different hardware, but I still do find myself coming across stuff. It's like, no, I should have thought of that. No, I should have thought of that. I like making mistakes because it forces a revision on the design, and then afterwards the design is better for it, right? So I'm okay coming across issues with my stuff. Sometimes I would be shocked if it worked the very first try in a perfect sense. Like the I/O cover, this is version 2, and then I made it into a 2-piece. And the first design was mainly just to get the ergonomics right, to figure out in a real sense of where everything is going to line up. And then the 2-piece came in with the angled revision, angled down, because before it was just straight out and it looked a little awkward, and I wanted it to taper down also to direct air into the GPU from the outside. We're not going to be putting many fans other than the 3 140 fans on the 420 rad. So this build's meant to look very kind of airy and open and clean. So, oh yeah, that's so nice, you guys. Oh, that came out so good. That was one piece I did want to paint, but I wanted to have this white, and Montana Cans spray paint, they make a special white that's got a bluish hue rather than the classic yellowish white hue that you see in almost all the other paints. I don't know how many painters are in chat or watching, but it's funny because the paint that they apply to the power supply and the kind of white that they have for the plastic and the aluminum and everything on the ore stuff, it's all blue hue based. And in my opinion, that's the way to go, right? You want it to be a little bit colder. When you approach the warmer white, where it's a bit yellow hued, you very quickly approach the territory of, ooh, that looks dated, or ooh, that white looks like it's been sitting out in the sun, right? Because it's got that slight tinge to it. And I will say this filament, it's just a matte white PLA, but the matte white has got not a yellowish tinge, but it lacks the blue hue that this white has, of all the Oris hardware does. So when you sit them next to each other, you can kind of quickly see the difference in white. And that's always kind of irked me, but it's not a make or break. And I do have plans on painting that shroud. I just haven't got around to it, that's all. I guess with these screws too, I can do purple washers. I was gonna do silver, but might as well do purple. Okay, so let's get these other washers out of the way, and then we got to figure out how we're gonna be running all these cables through the shroud. All right, so essentially, in a very crude manner, I'm just going to stuff these cables through this little hole. It might be better if I do it one at a time, but I know they'll fit. So I have mocked this part out already. This is exciting because this is the first time I've done it with like all of them done up in here. There's a part of me that wants to zip tie this, but it'll be fine. So now it's just a matter of plugging these things in, right? So I guess now we can do the 24 pin and get that out of the way. It's a little hectic, but that's just because there's so many cables at once. But it's also why I made the shroud the size that I did, so that it would be a little bit easier to plug in everything and have everything fit nicely all said and done. Okay, so GPU cable comes in, obviously. And of course it needs to be right in the center of everything. All right. Well, let's see about slack here. Also want to hide this freaking black pump cable in the midst of all the other white cables, kind of blend it in. We're almost there. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, is fighting me though, I will say. I'm curious about what cable exactly is giving me the most grief right now. But this is exactly why I had this two-piece design as a screw in, because these screws can hold in the tension, and so I don't have to worry about it afterwards. Got enough slack here. One thing I'll have to do is pull this and then plug in a tester so that we can prime the pump. Being that the pump is now plugged into that mess, it'd be hard to independently power it now, unless I wanted to take this shroud off. All right, you guys, look at that. That is our solution for the cable management. So all these cables are all set and ready. Get a little bit of slack right here. GPU cable. I do need to plug these in. These are, of course, 3-pin. The noise blockers that I have on the radiator are also 3-pin. They're very old 140 mil E-loops that I think we had when we first bought them, because doing research back in the day, found out that the 3-pin version noise blocker E-loops have faster RPM specs than the PWM counterparts. And so in my head I'm thinking, oh yeah, I'd rather have the headroom and not need it, right? But at the time I didn't realize how well the E-loops performed with a lower RPM. And so all that time I was thinking, oh, I need fastest possible RPMs on tap, not at all with the E-loops. And that's what makes the E-loops so enjoyable, is they don't need to be that fast to perform so well. It can be so whisper quiet. Oh, this is looking great, you guys. So yeah, technically, this is all the cable management. This is all done. This is all the cables are plugged in. And this is the definition of a stealth ice build, in my opinion. Hide every freaking cable that you can. The GPU cable, right? You barely see it. Tucked away nice and easy. And after that, you don't really see it again. This looks awesome. Okay, so I think I might lay this flat to flip the block. I'm kicking myself right now for making that mistake. But that's okay. But yeah, okay, so this is a good way. So like these little notches on these rubber feet, they go to, it's like a male nub that sits in the cutout. And so if you look at it from the top, you can see that little rubber indent, or outdent, I should say. It's just a little nub that sits in there. It makes it for alignment, right? And I'm thinking to myself, okay, underneath that, maybe is there screw? No, these are literally just freaking adhesive on, man. They could have absolutely embedded a tap. Oh man, you know what? Maybe that's what we do. Maybe we drill a hole where that nub is, and then, because it's a little tough obviously with rubber, but then maybe like 3D printed inserts where you use a solder head and with heat you press into the filament, and the filament cools down and like adheres. Maybe we use an epoxy or a glue instead, or maybe we make a little hole and kind of melt the rubber in. I don't know how well the rubber would hold onto the tap after that. It would be hard to indefinitely rely on it unless there's also an adhesive of some sort of epoxy or super glue in with the melted rubber. Maybe that would be a nice way to convert these into being mounted and fully removable and adjustable and stuff. So I just had that thought. But as you can see here, we've got the 3D printed version of the panel. You can see the slight off-white coloring, so I was talking about earlier. And this is the adjustable rail for the pump, so I can adjust the pump to be a bit more ergonomic for myself and running tubing and all that. And then of course we've got different hole lineups for whatever configuration power supply you've got, because some are a little bit different from others. And then with the IEC cable, I'm just going to run a right angle IEC cable, and that I've already tested will clear the foot here, so it's going to be sitting nice and flush, and then I'll just kick it on and then we'll be good to go. But I have to mount this crazy distro that we put together last night. I got to do that because I got to screw it in from the bottom before I set this upright, but I also have to swap the block. I think I'll just use some M4 screws from Cooler Master, since they provided a ton based on all the modular rails that they give you. And you won't see these screws anyways, so not pressed about it. And we definitely need to get a freaking electronic screwdriver. I mean, I personally enjoy the feel of just a normal screwdriver. It's a bit more of an intimate experience. You can modulate torque versus just having the electric one just send it every time. But some instances you could definitely benefit from an electronic one. The reason I went with this distro, you guys can even see it with the black behind this white mesh, but this is a 120 based distro from Fantex. They don't make it anymore, but they made it specifically for the back exhaust panel of a case. And they did that because they went a little bit past, in one dimension, past the 120, right? So we're not looking at a square, we're actually looking at a rectangle. It's one of the only distros out there that thought about this very instance where you've got this slight adjustable rail for mounting your exhaust 120, or sometimes intake now. But they did this, and being that it's a nice clean presentation on the other side where it's a nice rectangle to fill in this void, it's one of the reasons why we went with it. So it like fills up the void perfectly. Set this up so you can see it better. Yeah, so you can see how it filled the void perfectly. Because before, if you just had a 120, you'd have a nice gap right there and there. And that basically closed off all of the mesh. So it looks really nice and clean. And yeah, so you guys can see, I had these upward set already. And they're pointed downward because it's not in the right orientation. You guys, just love it when that happens, huh? This will be a fun fitting layout. I tried to make this distro into like a manifold, like a straight route manifold. That's like multi-dimensional, right? Like 4 ports in a row, but also some crazy distro action underneath. I'm so bummed that I have to flip this block and waste that paste. Or maybe I just rotate it in position. I don't even really pull the block off. Supreme laziness. What do you guys think? Of all people to do something like this. I'm just trying to be efficient with the paste, you know. I'm sure there are plenty of people out there that have done similar things. At least it's not the remove before use sticker. And loosening these screws, it's like the easiest thing ever. There's like barely any torque on this. But that's all you need. You just need to make the correct amount of contact pressure between the two surfaces. And for the most part, cold plates are milled to be very thin to conform to your IHS's shape. You know, it's not as talked about as it used to be back in the day, but you would get, back when water cooling testing was like in its heyday, people were testing, I think even at one point, Steve from Gamers Nexus, they got this really expensive contact paper that as you made contact and applied pressure to the paper would change color. And so they put it in between a bunch of different cold plates and CPUs, and they did a bunch of like tests, and you could see how the contact pressure changed, the pattern on the paper changed color in different ways on every instance, on so many different variables, like the cold plate of like an Asetek based cooler, a cold plate of a water block, cold plate of a air cooler, and then the shape of the IHS itself, right? The Z-axis, how the die underneath is forming change to the actual flatness of the IHS. And so you could see that in play with that kind of stuff. And it was a really cool way of illustrating that. Yo, what up, Claire? Thanks for being here. Hopefully Nick can hang out as well. I know he's always so busy. Do you see what I'm doing here? I'm trying to rotate this block without picking it up. But being that it's a rectangle, I think I'm out. No, yeah, I hit the corners. Oh, you guys. This is gonna be painful. Here, I'll slowly rotate it back. It's really fun. It's got this like, it's like fighting me ever so slightly. This paste is all sticky. I hate doing this. I don't want to. Maybe if I rotate it the other way, it actually looks like there's more clearance. No, who am I fooling? It's a rectangle. It's gonna be the same either side. Oh, all right, I'm gonna go get a paper towel in case this is messy. Because I do feel like I'm gonna have to apply a little bit extra just to make sure I don't introduce air pockets. And this is why you should always do fresh paste install.
What happened?
Oh, I mounted the block backwards.
Oh no.
So I gotta lift it up.
I heard that. Oh.
Yeah, no, I was trying to rotate. Ellie's in the background, you guys.
Hi everyone.
I don't know if they can hear you, but Claire's in chat.
Claire's?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Get some isopropyl. It's a rookie mistake, you guys. Who am I trying to be right now? Some pro, someone who does this for a living. That sounds crazy. Only a fool would do something like that. Is the ASMR that real? I haven't watched any playback of like last stream. Do you guys hear like other things other than my voice? Oh, okay. I wonder if there's like a way to like do it without. Well, you can see the rotatingness, but you can also see that the paste spread in a pretty uniform way. Maybe a bit more contact pressure on one side than the other, but that would have been something that if you used the right hardware, it would have been a for sure thing in terms of like making sure the pressure's applied to every corner. Being that we're using just straight screws, there's no real way to know for sure. We've looked up screwdrivers that have like very minute torque limitations, very similar to like if you're at the tire shop and you're watching the people mount your wheels back on your car. They've got a little digital gauge that shows how much torque is being applied to the lug bolt of the wheel onto the car. They have those for screwdrivers too, but the kind of Newton meter torque range that we're playing with building computers is so fine and small that there's not many screwdrivers out there that have that really precise Newton meter measurement. And I think the only one that I found, it was like a $600 screwdriver. So yeah, no, I'm not going to spend that much money just to know exactly what kind of torque I'm applying to these little screws. It's not worth the $600. Oh, you guys, what a waste of paste. Never even fired up the rig. I'm also going to leave that paste in the crevices because I don't have that Thermal Grizzly rubber void filler. I also didn't feel like putting the frame, the contact frame. The IHSs don't bend, they don't warp with AMD. That was an Intel thing, and brands just ran with it for the AMD version, and people buy into it for various reasons. I can imagine people buy the frames to alleviate some headache with the paste. I think that's why Noctua has just that little rubber grommet instead, because you don't need a contact frame to apply equal pressure in the corners. It's really just first world problems. All right, let's see how much actual paste I've got left in that tube, because I don't even know if I'll be able to pull off a full X on it. But the syringe tube is telling me that I've got enough. So let's see. I've got this little cutout. You can see it's a very small amount. And we're going to go for it. This is not looking good. No! Oh, I think it might be out, you guys. I might be in trouble here. Maybe I do like a hybrid between Kingpin and Thermal Grizzly paste. I'm applying so much pressure to the syringe right now. There's a small little X, or small little line. Oh no! Don't pick up. You guys, this is killing me here. Stay put. Yeah, this tube is dunzo. All right, what about this Thermal Grizzly tube? As you can see, we really need to get some more paste. Maybe we'll get super performance with a dual paste spread. This is so funny, you guys. That's enough paste. It'll be fine. Ellie, if you're listening, I think Milo might need to go outside. He's a little whiny. If you're not there, I'll text you. Man, I really hope that's enough paste, actually. I'm gonna do like just another glob if I can in the center. Oh man, this thing is empty. I've got this like one-time use syringe as like backup. I don't think this is cryonaut, I think it's hydronaut. So now we'll technically have 3 different pastes in here, you guys. Oh yeah, that just pours out. This will look really funny afterwards. Don't replicate at home, boys and girls. Forget you ever saw any of this from me. This is borderline embarrassing. Trying to apply some self-deprecated humor here because this is so ridiculous. Okay, let's do this again, huh? And again, I can't recommend using screws like these. I know I've said it multiple times, but I know, right? I thought I was a professional, but I think it's amateur hour these Wednesday nights. Instead of witching hour, it's amateur hour. You know, Sam, you're more than welcome to send me some thermal paste. These tubes have been year-long tubes of paste. I've gone the distance, and I finally tapped out. I'm just gonna use every bit. It's like that meme. I bought the whole tube, so I'm gonna use the whole tube. It'll be a fun little experiment, see what kind of performance we get. I mean, we've got a 420 millimeter radiator, noise blocker E-loops. It's a thin cored radiator. I think it's like a 30 or 28 millimeter core, but it's still 420, so it's still more surface area than a 480 millimeter radiator. You've got essentially it's set in an open air environment. Like, since all these panels are all open, we're not putting any of that like magnetized dust filter mesh in there. So it's gonna be all open. So it's essentially an open air design. We've got Optimus Foundations block, which is a great performing block. Not their best one, I think that the best is their signature. But this is a Foundations V2. And then 3 different pastes, so we'll see. But it's not like the 9950X3D is like one of those chips that like just consumes all sorts of insane power. And even with delidding, the gains are marginal at best. So I never have any plans on delidding any of our AMD CPUs. And that's also mainly because we're reusing the hardware in so many different other build configurations. So I would hate to have a delidded setup that would require a special CPU block setup every single time it was used. I would like to be able to interchange, try different water blocks, set it up in different ways without any of that headache, right? And as you guys can see, It's an 850 watt. I know it's a little low with the 5090 and 9950X3D. We did ask if Ors had the 1000 watt, but they did not have it in stock. So I'm gonna try and make this as inefficient of a system as humanly possible, because I think it's entirely possible to still run an 850 with the 5090. If you're overclocking, the spikes can get you, the power draw spikes. But it's not like this card's gonna pull 700 watts. This CPU is not gonna be pulling 200 watts either. And so I'm not worried about 850 not being enough for this configuration. Okay, so let me change views here. Oh, this poor battery's just been running. The third camera we've got, I don't have an AC adapter, so this one's just running on battery. Okay, so we're gonna be focusing on the upper parts of the build. So I'm gonna change the camera angle here. All right, so it's time to mount these reservoirs. And I've got some hardware here. Where'd it go? Oh, did I use it for something else? I think I might have. Huh, you know what I'll do? I'll reuse the screws that were on the power supply, assuming the thread is long enough. Yeah, it's long enough. Efficient way to reuse this hardware, actually. And then at some point I'm going to be looking for these missing screws and I have no idea where they went. Meanwhile, they're just existing in the reservoir mount. I'm already dropping it. I also made small little markings on the case so I knew exactly what holes I'm using here, just in case I screwed up during install. These are like really flush. And of course, I've got the fitment just close enough where the shroud can exist with some fittings. I think I might actually need to run an offset right here. Very slight offset. But so obviously with the dual reservoir setup, it also very much changes how a loop layout goes. And this will be a fun one because one is going to be a fill reservoir and one's going to be an inline reservoir. And that's what this return, you see this chrome bits power line in there. So this actually comes right off from the pump, goes into this reservoir. This reservoir is going to fill up and then exit this line. And then it's going to go to the 420 radiator up here. So it's why I did a DDC, because this will introduce a pretty sizable pressure drop in the loop, and I wanted the head pressure capabilities of a DDC to make up for that. So that's why I went with a standalone DDC rather than like a D5. Yeah, that does cut it close right here. Because when I was mapping out the loop, I did it without the shroud, but I was trying to plan around the shroud. It's a damn near straight shot. And it might be enough if I just have, oh, yeah, no, I'll need to do an offset. It's a good thing I've got some. Just gotta find it. The question is, what will the offset be? Will it be, I think it'll probably be an EK one. But will it be a satin titanium or will it be nickel? Because I've got both. And I'm wondering if I do nickel right here. Oh, you guys, it's going to be real close. Matter of fact, it might be. Oh my gosh. It's going to be literally on the money for fitment. So this is another interesting thing with the two reservoirs is the OD, the final OD changes a little bit from the cap to the tube. And in between is where tolerance was tightest for these mounts. But it also shot me in the foot with this, being that these aren't rails, so I can't position it exactly. So this mount was made in a way that it kind of only works in this exact position. So I can't move this thing up and I can't move this thing down. So I do hope that this will work. I mean, I've got another, I think I've got an Alpha Cool offset fitting, and I think I've got a Bits Power one, but they're not silver or white. I think they're, either one of them are black. And that's not really what I want to do here. Unless I do have an offset Bits Power fitting somewhere around here. But I don't want to spend all night looking for it, you know? I'm wondering if I can do 245s. 245s might work. Instead of offset, it just might not look as clean. But I think that could work actually. I can swing this one away. Ooh. It'll just look a little strange. It'll look a little weird right there. Unless this. You know what? Let's just take off the mount and we'll discover it. We'll discover this solution together. Because I don't know how this is going to go. It's like the one part of the loop that I was not fully prepping on. But at least I can very quickly eyeball this and see with either fitting. Oh my gosh, you guys. Wow. It's like right on the money. I couldn't have been any closer. I'll go with it just so that it matches the flow of all the other fittings. But that was damn close. Okay, let's get this mounted in now. Got the fittings installed. This is so close, you guys. I can't believe the fitment on this. Wow, it's like, I'll have to show you guys at some point. But it's like a 0.5 millimeter, I think. Wow, that's some insane fitment. And then this one right here is just a straight shot down, so it doesn't have to be on any. Oh, but you know, it would be fun to have a matching offset, right? And also it throws it a bit away from the cabling. No, it's okay, because the further I throw it away from the pump inlet, the weirder it's gonna look. And I'd rather just have something clean and simple. Hi, how you doing? You feeling okay? Yeah?
Chelsea's gonna bring me over some meds and the big boo. She got me the love, big energy.
What?
Her mom found an extra one, her mother-in-law found an extra one.
Oh my gosh, you guys, Ellie's getting another Labubu. That is awesome.
I finished my collection of pink Labubus.
All done on the pink Labubu collection?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Oh man, you guys, this is exciting. I did it in a way where I think it'll work with all soft tubing, make things easier for the stream. The first one we did with the Fantex XT M3 with the hardline, that was fun and all, but I didn't like how long that took. One thing that I don't like, so like over the years, companies have implemented their own way of a tool-based solution on getting fittings tight and whatnot. And the EK, the older EK hex tool, it's great. But every now and then you'll come across a fitting where maybe the plating's a bit thicker and it eats away at the plastic on each corner. Well, when it does that, you're introducing literal debris into the loop if you don't get it out of the fitting. So that's what I'm doing right now. I saw this tool shave off some debris. So I don't want it in the loop. Hoping this won't shaped. Okay. Tolerance works for this one. The other fitting is a little bit tighter. Okay, so that all mounted up. Now it's the radiator time. We are approaching the end, you guys. Well, until we start doing tubing. But hardware component install is basically all done. So radiator is very easy to install. And so 3D printed mount. So this is something to counteract the lining up. I was talking about the line up issue with the holes perfectly being in line with a 120 or a 140 radiator. As you can see, I've got a single hole that goes through one of these, but the actual mount itself right here is slotted. And so that allows me a bit more leniency in having, so like for instance, you see this one, the screw's all the way to the right, but then right here, the screw's directly in the center. So I couldn't line up any radiators directly to any of these. So I had made, it's like a multifaceted point to this design. One, it allows me to mount the radiator however I want, but also it adds a fun little slightly angled mount that I've been wanting to do for a while on a radiator. So let's get it. I'm going from the front. All right, you guys. So we're looking at the final layout of this build before any tubing. So you can see the radiator is at a slight angle. And then with all the cable management in the back, very simplistic. Should probably throw some zip ties on this and clean this up a little bit. This is a messy GPU cable, I will say. I was thinking about re-sleeving it with some MDPCX sleeving, but it still would require heat shrink on the end to clean up the edges, and I need that flexibility at the end, so re-sleeving it was not really going to be a solution. Yeah, this thing's looking sweet. So okay, so let's map out how the loop goes, right? So we've got this back tube reservoir right here. This is the fill reservoir. So this is going to drop down into the pump, and then the pump's going to push it out going from here, and this is going to go straight L. And technically I could do a hard tube right here, but I'm not going to. So it's going to go directly into the reservoir here, and this is an inline reservoir. It's not really a fill reservoir. So this will fill up all the way once it pressurizes with the rest of the loop. And I'd added a breathable pressurized fitting, a pressure relief valve fitting, a Bits Power one, this one right here. But I just kept up with the EK Quantum Torque satin titanium fitting So as this is filling, I'm gonna slowly let this bleed out until it fills up. Right until the second the fluid starts coming out of that, I'm gonna cap it, because the rest of then will flow out this line. And this line's gonna go to this back fitting of the radiator. And then this is where it gets tricky, right? Because I was talking about how symmetry with, or not symmetry, yeah, symmetry with parallels on the tubing. So with this line, it's gonna go down into this one right here, and then this channel goes to this one, and this is gonna go into this line, this front line. This back line's gonna go down in here, and this one connects over to here, and then that goes straight up into this other reservoir. So it sounds a little crazy and wacky, but I promise it's gonna look really good once it's done. So let's go get some tubing and do this thing, huh? And this is a pretty unique looking bill, I will say. I will put the back panel on right now just because it looks really cool. So one thing about this, if you look closely, you've got the back panel like alignment pins right here, and then you've got the magnets for the back panel. This is still set up as a sideways configuration. But that is because the grill on this panel is only in one orientation. And I want the grill to be right here. I don't want it to be like right here, right? This wouldn't make any sense. I want this whole thing to have the Cooler Master grill design. So I'm leaving the side panel mount in a horizontal position. And so we've got a really fun layout with that back panel on. And this is why I wanted all the other panels to be the same mesh. And so we've got the Cooler Master panel that goes at the top here and is held together with the clips and magnet. But then on the back, if I just went with what Cooler Master supplied me, it would be this stupid panel. And I do feel like they could have absolutely given us a third panel. Well, not us, but like anyone who has this case, a third panel, which is why we've got this, which is why I 3D printed and painted this secondary panel. And that way, we've got this mesh on every side. And this is what I was talking about in terms of like an open air design, because this thing breathes like crazy. Oh, did that camera just die? It did. That's okay. I'll move over to the main one. Oof, that looks good. Look at that. Look at that angle. Just straight on. Yeah, this thing is gonna be dope when it's done. All right, let's get some tubing. I'll be right back. We still need to buy more tubing. So a lot of the runs that we have came from other builds. They're all pre-cut in a way. I don't have full length of whatever lengths I need. But it should be enough for the runs that we're trying to accomplish here. I guess I do have a decent amount of random full lengths here and there. I just don't know how much of it I will actually need. But okay, this should do. Oh man, I'm about to actually toss these thermal paste tubes. No, we don't have any. We technically have 0 thermal paste. What kind of liquid house are we running here? Okay, so obviously I want to have product placement of Orist hardware included here. Throw some of those boxes in the view. You guys are seeing Project Vesa just hang out. I took the GPU off so it allowed slightly greater capability. The arm can sit higher now. And still got to tear it down. But I'm going to slowly change it and then mount a 360 radiator right here. It's going to be sick. All right, let's see. Change this camera battery real quick. What is going on with the music? There you go. Maybe. Oh, this battery's cooking. Sounds like a Minecraft song. Gotta love royalty-free music on YouTube, you guys. Okay. I am tempted to try and sort out these lines right here so that I've got a better idea of how that's going to look in case I need to change it up. I didn't actually set it up with the tubing. I literally just imagined it with the fittings there. And so obviously I hope that everything's going to work out when it actually comes time to put these tubing in. So that's so funny. Where is she?
I can't see anything because it's dark. It's bright in here.
Yeah, it's very bright in here compared to outside. All right, so tubing time. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Okay, in a way, theoretically, this comes out here. What line did I say I was going to go to? It's going to go to this one. So it needs to be set in a way that's like just long enough. Oh, I didn't tighten these fittings down, darn it. It's okay. Oh, darn it. With that I/O cable shroud, it makes that front panel kind of difficult to reset up. Let's turn down the ISO a bit, huh? A little bit easier to look on the eyes. All right. I had mocked all these fittings up, so I didn't have to tighten anything down yet, but gotta make sure I tighten them down before doing anything else. I don't want to have a leaky fitting. That's all my bad because I didn't tighten any of these down. Oh, that's going to be debris in there. All right. Take all the compression rings off so it's a little bit easier to just manage. A lot of fittings. You do all this at one go. Sure do hope that this loop layout will look good. You know, with a stealth build layout, one would think to then also hide the water cooling, right? Do like a stealth CPU block from either Modding Cafe or Bits Power, and then have all the tubing in the back and have like this really clean hardware layout that has like maybe 1 or 2 lines visible. And those, you know, that definitely has its place and that definitely looks good, but it's, at the end of the day, it's not as fun. Oh, you guys are seeing the bulge. Okay, so look at this. This is like a slight bulge here. And that's because you see this white modular rail right here? So the case doesn't really, or the panels don't really account for any of that. So if you had these modular rails installed across your case, well, this bar right here, this alignment bar, gets in the way of any bars that are mounted right here. So it's strange that Cooler Master made this modular rail setup on their case, but then implemented other aspects about the case that go against the very basis of that modular rail system. I do feel like there could have been a few alterations made before final production. But you know, that's how it goes. All right, let's do some tubing, huh? So obviously with these pre-cut lengths, I don't want to have to cut if I've got something already. This looks like it's a little short, so I need something a little bit longer. And this is a lot longer. Is there anything in between? Nope, there's not. I'll go for this one. This is way too long. Definitely gonna have to cut it, but I gotta remember if it goes to this one. So this goes, and then here it goes to the front of the block, and then this goes to the back, and then this goes. So this definitely goes to this one. Yeah, okay. All right, being that I have to kind of eyeball this, but at the same time, angle it in a way that the tubing is going to actually, so the tubing is angled upward, and I wanted it like this so that the tubing would clear the GPU, right? The tubing wouldn't like bend downwards at the GPU, but it would kind of float above it. And that's why I did the fitting array down here the way that I did. And I'm actually going to change the camera angle a little bit so it's a little bit more straight on. All right, that's a little bit better. Okay, so I'm going to cut this line right here. Oh, I'm deady to it. Oh yeah, I think that'll work nicely because all the others will kind of flow into one another. Got a few short lines here. And obviously, once all the tubes are run, then we're going to sleeve them. So I just kind of wanted to mock up tubing as is. So this needs to be cut. Pretty short, maybe. Yeah, might have to go pretty short on these lines so they don't look a little weird, right? So let's try that. And then this other short line will be right here. I do feel like maybe I cut that a little bit shorter. I like the bulbousness of it, but to be also a little clean. With the Vesa build, the tubing that I did for that one, it was a little bulbous, a little bit more bulbous than I wanted it to be. And so to make this one a little bit how it should be. All right. Am I crazy, or are some of those fins on the GPU a bit messed up? No, I think what you're seeing is like the material, yeah, like right here. They're all straight. I think you're looking at the reflectiveness, like the maybe the nickel plating. I'm assuming they nickel plated the heatsink, right? Yeah, you can kind of see it like right there, right? Looking at, like it looks, it's completely straight right here, but it does look weird, huh? I think that's just the reflectiveness of whatever finish they have on the heatsink, whether it's chrome or nickel. I would like to think it's nickel. Oh, you guys seeing this? You guys seeing this magic happen? But I like how you're like observing the hardware. You're like, I don't know about this. I don't know. Oh yeah, this is sick. Look at that wave. That's pretty sick. I do feel like I need to cut this a little bit short though. It's like the tiniest bit long. Here we go. So this line up here, this is like the one part about the loop I'm not 100% about. No, okay, I think that could work because this line goes up to that and this can just span across in a weird way. But it can also span towards the front of the case like the rest of the lines. Just know, Boba, that the heatsink is perfectly straight and that there are no bends in any of the fins. Ooh. It's interesting. The tighter I make it, I mean, with the sleeving, it'll reinforce the tubing, and I don't think it'll sag. Because like if I pull it taut, I still have an outward, and I could put a clamp right here if I wanted, but I think because like if I come out, it sinks and hits this line, so I still need to make it taut enough to not do that. And I'm playing with tolerances here. So, okay. Going for it. All right, it's close. Oh yeah. That's not bad. Okay, and then I'll need a somewhat long line for up here. So I do think I'll need to run another long one. Yeah, I like it. I can dig it. Maybe. I'm so hot and cold about this line right here, actually, now that I'm seeing it, right? I don't know if that's the play, but what I was saying at the beginning of the stream, having 2 ports here, 2 ports at the top, and it's 4 parallel, even though these aren't going parallel, and that's the part that I'm not liking, right? Like down here, we've got a really cool way of having these lines parallel to one another, even though they're offset by 1. It's like every other one is parallel. But the parallel breaks at a certain point between these 2. These stay strong. This looks good. I do enjoy this down here. I just don't know how I feel about up here. And if I have it sticking out a certain amount, the same amount as the other line, that maybe looks good. And also the sleeving completely transforms the build. Though I do go off of a lot on the vibe when it's not sleeved. But I think this can work. The top 2 may need to be a hard line too. It looks off. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It does look off. I mean, I think that could work if I did a straight shot. Are you saying like just a complete straight shot to that other line? I think I can pull that off, even though this is at a 15-degree angle. I think, in a way, it would line up. Because like, okay, just for instance, let's remove this line. Shit, man, I could run it behind. I could go this way. I could definitely go that way. So like, I could hide it. I could completely hide the line and then have that connect. And then I can have this one. It's okay. I can have those and have that second line hiding behind the radiator. What if you flip the top 2? What do you mean by flip the top 2? Also, chat, if you feel like throwing in your 2 cents, I would love to hear it. I would love to hear it because I want this to be as interactive as possible. Okay, what if you flip the top 2? Oh, are you saying like this line goes to the other one? Well, if okay, so like, and then have that other line, what, go to this? That might not look so bad. The key here is, so like I would need to cut this because it's sticking out a bit. I do want to put the glass on. Doing this like makes it taut, but the fittings slowly rotate back inward. So what, do you like that? Do you think that could work? The sleeving will make it a bit stiffer. I would like to have a slight arc, right? Not just a straight shot. Straight shots with soft tubing look strange to me. So you okay with the third line right here? Versus like it hidden or no line because it's hidden in the back. Hiding it in the back would look a little strange, I will say. Gosh, I haven't even flushed this rad. It's still got the sticker on it. That's how I know when I haven't used them, as I leave the sticker on the sides of these seat killer rads. I mainly use this reader as a mock-up. Let's get this one taken care of, because that one absolutely needs to be cut at that length regardless. So let's see. You know, this line to me is too short now. What, this one be a hard tube? It's crazy because like lining it up, they are almost completely straight. Like, and I might have a line that long already. All right, Sam. Chat, blame Sam for me taking a second to look for some hard tubing. I've got plenty of long length, and that wouldn't be a problem at all, actually. Maybe I do a satin hard line, huh? I haven't done one of those in like forever. Brand new. Okay, so I've got, this is a 14 mil. What do you think? Should it be satin or should it be crystal? And the only reason I'm thinking crystal is because this is crystal and this is crystal and down here's crystal. Adding a satin line may be too much. And I think that line is long enough that I don't know if I've got a metal length that long. Let me see. I might actually have a length that long of metal. Ooh, Sam. Oh boy, this is exciting. So yeah, satin might not be the play, I agree, but what about this? Bam! Oof, and talk about needing the right length. I think we're good on the length. All right, so for schnitz and giggle, I'm just gonna line this up. Oh my gosh, this is like crazy. It might be like the tiniest bit off. So like, oh my goodness. I think that's the play. No, I think the metal. I think it goes with everything else. Carbon, there's no carbon anywhere else in the build. I don't want to introduce carbon. Oh, I think this is the play. I'll put it in the front. Yeah, that's pretty sick. That's a straight shot. And there's like, man, like, if I'm just like holding it up, fitting sidewall to fitting sidewall, it's like fucking damn near straight. It's so close that you wouldn't even know. All right. That is definitely the play, Sam. Thanks for the convincing. Worth the extra work to do that, because that was like the one goofball line that was like just not making sense with the flow of everything else, right? No. That's exactly why you're here. That's why I want you guys here. This is why I wanted to do this kind of stuff on stream these days, because it's just a lot more fun to do this in an interactive way and be able to hang out and shoot it all with you guys. It's funny because these Fantex chrome soft tube lines that I've got, I don't have any chrome Fantex hard tube line to match that aesthetic. But I do have these really cool Barrow chrome ones that could look pretty cool, unless I just wanted to keep it EK, but mixing and matching is fun. I just don't know about the aesthetic. I'll zoom in so you guys can get a feel for what these fittings look like. Like the knurling or the knurling is like a square cut. All right, so let's zoom in. We think about that fitting. It doesn't match, theoretically, any of the other fittings, but it is a 12 mil hard tube fitting that I have just very quickly being able to grab it. The rest, I mean, I could definitely use EK. I've got plenty of the EK fittings that would work in this scenario. And I'll grab those. We'll do a little fitting comparison here. I do have satin, but I don't want to do satin. I like doing the two-tone. So I do want it to be a silver-based fitting of some sort, nickel or chrome. Let's see. I do wish I had some of these older Fantex fittings with the hard tubing to at least match up with some of the soft tubing fittings. I would just need two. Oh my gosh, turns out I did have a Chrome Bits Power offset fitting that I could have thrown down at the bottom, but that's okay. Yeah, I think that's gonna be the options, the EK one or these Barrow ones. I mean, I've got the classic monsoons, and the monsoons are like my absolute favorite for like holding on to a tube. I've got plenty of those. I'll include that in the comparison list. I don't know if any of these fittings are that clean. Well, I can make that one work. I haven't used these monsoons in so long. Some of them are a little dirty. Okay, I've got 3 different fittings here now. All right, let me show you what else I've got. I haven't used these monsoons in so long. I do miss them. All right, so let's pull this off. So this is the monsoon. And the monsoon's super clean. I love the fully smooth surface. It's chrome, not nickel, so it's got the bluish hue, right? So that's fitting option number 2. And then, of course, we've got the EK one. And the EK one will certainly match and look good doing it, IMO. I think my choice would be the EK. The tubing is a nickel. It's an EK nickel tube, and so monsoon looks so good. Okay. I know the monsoon looks great, right? And maybe I do use the monsoon because it's been such a long time. I gotta find cleaner ones though. These ones, I know I've got like some monsoons tucked away that are like either new or clean. All the other ones I haven't used in so long, and I just walked away from them. I should have cleaned them. A good amount of fittings I could throw in ultrasonic cleaner and run them over and over again for a few times and see how clean I can get them. You know, one thing about the monsoon, though, is I'm going to have to find the tightening tool. Those teeth that you see, I have a specialized tool to grab onto just the teeth and twist it. And I don't know. I don't remember the last time I even came across one of those tools. I've tucked them all away. Let's see. Maybe I can just randomly come across one in one of these fitting boxes. Okay, I found one. God, these are... This takes me back, using these freaking things. I'll show you in a second. Okay. What's up, you guys? Thanks for being here. Yes, custom water cooling stuffs. We're doing all sorts of fun stuff, so I'll show you guys the full build in a second. Yeah, you know, I do wish water cooling wasn't so expensive as well. It's one of those like hallmark points in a hobby where it jumps you into the next level of the hobby itself, right? Okay, so look, this is the tool. So this tool grabs on to the teeth there, and then you can twist with the tube there, right? So like, it's so funny looking. But yeah, okay, so I found some clean fittings. This is one of the clean ones, but the other one I had wasn't very clean, but I found a cleaner one, so we'll make this work. But I do want to show some of our other chatters in here, the full build of what we're kind of looking at. So I'll take this back to the full build. Yeah, and honestly, in AIO, the contact frame is going to be plenty for almost everyone out there. The water cooling is simply chasing aesthetics, chasing performance, chasing the insatiable need to tinker, right? This is a big hobby for tinkerers who just love to forever mess with their stuff, right? And anything that you own, if you feel the need to like, oh, you know what, I'm gonna mod this, I'm gonna change it to my liking, right? For instance, that's why the automotive industries, right, cars in general, cars are another big hobby for computer people. They are very synonymous in the fact that both are easy to tinker with, fun to tinker with. You go to car meets, you can go to LANs. It's a fun way to socialize with people as well. So, okay, this is what we're kind of looking at here. This line, yeah. Oh, that's cool. Yep, that's the play right there. Yeah, the Easy Fit Kit is a great way to introduce you into the ins and outs of water cooling. Just personally, there are a few things I would do differently with the Easy Fit Kit. I like the aesthetic of them. I enjoy the embedded fittings that you get. I don't like how the fittings, the components dictate, so like their CPU block and GPU block are made to work with their fittings. I believe they have adapters, but I think it's a one-way adapter. I think it makes normal fittings into easy fits, not the other way around. I might be mistaken, but yeah, it's interesting how they went about with the ergonomic side of the Easy Fit Kit. All right, so we're looking at hardline here. That's gonna look pretty sweet. I will have to cut it down, but let me get these fittings in here so I can measure accordingly. Gosh, it's been so long since I've used these. It's funny, Sam, this kind of stuff where it happens like organically, right? Where it's like, oh wow, those line up and I had no idea. That's exactly why we wing the loop design after everything's said and done. It's a lot more fun to discover a really fun and cool, unique way of doing the tubing that you had no plans on. And this is a perfect example of that. I really had no plans on doing hardline, but the fact that this works out so well, I have to do the extra work to make it happen. You know, Darton, I hope that's correct. They just need to make more AMD water blocks in general. I am actually kind of blown away at the lack of availability just for options for any sort of Radeon-based GPU getting a water block. I know it comes down to sales, right? The NVIDIA cards, they just sell like crazy. The AMD cards barely move any numbers. And if you're running a business, especially when it comes to GPU blocks, you do not want to invest so much in GPU blocks that don't sell, right? Because the second those GPUs are also out of date, is the second those blocks are immediately no longer wanted. And then you're sitting on a bunch of stock really expensive stock that can't be used for anything else. So I get it, I fully get it, but I do believe that there needs to be a bit more availability options for AMD water blocks. I'm also noticing this line is like a little bit longer than I want it to be. So I'm gonna cut off like a 1/4 inch there, length, clean that line up. There you go. Man, that looks sweet. A fun little parallel line right there. All right, so what I have to do is I have to get a little marker and then mark this hard tube, and then I'll show you guys the cut. I've got a little rigid hand tool that I'm using. I'm going to be introducing brass shrapnel. So I got to do this over a little trash bag so I don't get brass all over the room. But okay, so I'm essentially using one of these rigid, a deburring tool for like actual pipe, and then rigid tube cutter for like copper pipe. So these are like full-on plumbing tools that I'm using in this, because I mean, in a way we are plumbing here. So all right, so I got to get this right and not screw up. I got one chance at nailing this. And obviously it's always best to be a little bit longer than need be, because you can't make that up if you cut too short. That might even be a little long, but oh, hard down it. Yeah, it is a little long. That's why you use wet erase markers and not anything permanent like a Sharpie. Okay, so where did that marking go? I'm gonna mark it just a little bit less. I do feel like it was gonna be a little long. One thing I'm gonna have to do is, being that this line is a rigid line, right? It's hard tube, it's not flexible. I can't bend the line into position, right? Since these are end to end and they're both also not moving, I'm gonna have to unthread this extension and then 90 from the radiator, and then I can connect this line. I'll swing it outward towards me, and then I can have this line, I'll connect the fitting to the line, and then I swing over, and then I tighten it into the radiator that way. That way I'm able to actually get perfect fitment. So this is actually a very easy way on cutting tubing. It just uses pressure and a really sharp rounded blade to apply force to the outside wall of the tube, and you literally just rotate. It's slowly cranking on that blade, and it presses it into the tube more and more. And that sharp blade is the contact pressure so small that it cuts right through that brass. And so we've got two brass ends, and the edge is very sharp, right? Because we used pressure to cut this, and so there's like a sharp ring of brass. And not only that, because the sharp ring of brass is on the inside wall. I'll zoom this in a bit, and also see if I can change the focus. There you go. On the inside wall is where it's sharp, but on the outside, this this edge is sharp enough to slice O-rings by accident. And so that's why I use this deburring tool. On this side, it deburrs, you can see the cone, it deburrs the inside wall, and then on the other side, it's inverse cone, where it deburrs the outside wall. So you do it on both. So you round out the outside edge so it doesn't cut into the O-ring, but then you also have this inside wall deburr so that you just don't have sharp edges on the inside wall. So I'll try and do this on camera, but I would rather be safe and just do it over this bag so that I don't get brass shrapnel all over this studio. Muhammad, thanks for being here, man. He said, hello, good broadcast. I've read on Reddit about a situation where thermal paste bleeds from Gigabyte Aorus Master Series graphics card when mounted vertically. Is that a real issue? So I've had quite a few graphics cards leak oil from the thermal pads. The only thing that I have ever come across in terms of that issue is it's just annoying, right? It's annoying in the fact that it also attracts dust easier than a nice clean surface. So that oil is really annoying to deal with in that regard. But I know the report that you're referencing, I've seen that, but I don't think anyone actually had a card die from the sweating thermal pads, unless I'm completely mistaken. But Jason says, I'm scared of liquid cooling as it would, oh wait, did it? So did that happen to you? Are you saying that happened to you? Or are you scared of that actually happening? Because yeah, I mean, it's definitely it's a risk, right? The deeper you go in any rabbit hole, the more you're at play with screwing something up that costs you a lot of money or a lot of time, a lot of effort. But in my opinion, this is exactly why you go as slow as you want. I mean, it's not a race. There's no reason to rush any of this for any reason. I love going slow with these builds. This particular build has taken a week. So, you know, and that's just because we're trying to space this build out between streams. It could have been a 2-day build, maybe a 3-day build, but there are a lot of 3D printed designs that we've implemented on this case that had definitely taken a good amount of time throughout the week to design, implement, prototype, test, and execute correctly. Milo, no. We have another dog in the house. We're watching my sister-in-law's dog, and we've got this plastic bag to catch all the brass, and he thinks that there's food in the bag, and there's definitely not. You're just a little beggar pup, aren't you? Yep, that looks pretty clean. You know, there's also another method on cleaning out the inside walls of brass tubing, and you use a countersunk drill bit on a drill, because that will carve right through the brass in a really clean manner. It'll kind of shear it off, and so the finish that you get is like a really nice, clean finish. Here, let's zoom this bad boy out. Oh, it did happen to you. You had to buy a new one. That sucks, man. So are you seeing liquid cooler as in like an AIO leaked? Because that has happened more times than I would ever care to count. I mean, to other people, right, that I've seen it happen. And it sucks when it happens, because the real truth of the matter is a lot of these AIOs on the market are designed to fail after only a few years. Because if they made one that would last forever, then their sales slump, because they made a product that's too good, right? They make a product that everyone wants, and is using for years and years on end to the point where they don't need to upgrade it. So I will say, unfortunately, there are AIOs out there that aren't built 100% as they should. Oh, of course I've got the wrong O-rings in these fittings. Oh man, that'll be fun to deal with. Let's see, what about these ones? This is the right O-ring. Okay, I'm gonna have to swap O-rings on this one. So that's one cool thing about these monsoon fittings is, and I don't know if you know this, Sam, but these monsoon fittings can handle 3 different sizes of hard tubing. There is this Teflon ring that goes inside the compression ring and applies pressure to the tube. And then you also have the O-rings themselves, which are a double O-ring set. And those O-rings are double seal plus the Teflon bit clamping down. And so these monsoon fittings are actually some of the best on the market for that sense. I don't think they make them anymore. Maybe they do. Monsoon has become kind of obscure. A few other water cooling brands that have kind of not died out fully, but like definitely not as big as they used to be. I was a lean. That sucks, man. I'm sorry, Jason. And you know, no matter the brand, you're gonna come across that. It sucks to say in that sense, right? Like, oh, nothing's going to go bad for me. It's all going to work out great. And then it doesn't, right? You spend all this extra money on this like really nice product and it still fails. I absolutely feel you on that. But honestly, air coolers they're great too, you know? Okay, I think I got the right O-ring on here. That's nice. That works out. It's a whole different fitting. I didn't have to take out those O-rings on the other one. This one's clean enough to use. Thanks, Mohammed. I appreciate the kind words. This is it's a tricky thing to do on stream, right? This is a very convoluted process. There's a lot of minutia, a lot of detail, and I try and show as much as I can and have an interactive feel to these streams. We just started doing these actual live streams. We recently moved, and so this is a new studio. That's why all the walls are white. There's nothing on them. We're slowly accumulating stuff to use. We're accumulating, you know, like we had to fill out a new house, essentially. We had to get new furniture and stuff. So stuff on the walls will come in time. But honestly, I gotta say, all white walls is so nice for photography. You can bounce the light off of anything and it just works. And it looks so good. Oh, you guys, this is gonna be good. Put that compression ring on. Oh my gosh, I'm all backwards here. All right, so like I was saying, I gotta apply this fitting ahead of time, right? Since I can't bend the line afterwards. And you just twist this fitting on. And there you go. is all set. So now I gotta see if I can get this fitting to, or this tool to tighten. Oh, this is really tight right here. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it. I will say for the most part. Oh, did I get it enough to, yeah, okay, I got enough of a bite. Yeah, that's good. And then this. That's plenty tight. I'm really not worried about this line. Ooh, you guys, that looks nice. I'm digging the look of that. Let me clean up this line. That's gonna be so greasy or smeary. Oof, this looks so nice, you guys. And that worked out beautifully. So, oh yeah, look at that shine. So now it's time to sleeve this tubing and really get this, get some character to this loop. Do you see that? Oh wait, no, he's been hanging out with me. Look at this, Sam convinced me to do a hard line.
Oh shit!
I know,
like
right?
that.
That looks really good.
Yeah, that looks really good.
Yeah.
Okay, Sam.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
I just took a hydroxyzine.
Okay.
So I'm like probably gonna pass out in 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. Very nice. Yeah, how you feeling?
I feel a little bit better right now.
Yeah.
To be honest, yeah.
Not so
We
nauseous?
made the bed.
Oh, thank you for doing
Yeah.
that.
But I'm just nervous.
Sure love you.
I love you too. How much longer do you think you'll go?
I might sleeve the tubing and then call it, to be honest. I don't know what I want to do for fluid, and sleeving will probably take another half hour.
Yeah.
And I'm purposely running the stream late for people on the other side of the world to maybe tune in. Yeah, and we're getting some new chatters, so yeah.
Welcome everybody.
I don't know if you guys can hear my better half, but Ellie's here in support. She's still not feeling 100%, but
I'll be back at it next week.
yep, next week, going strong.
I'm gonna go back upstairs.
Okay, I love you.
Love
All right, now let's get sleeving. We're gonna get that purple sleeving that matches the Cooler Master brand coloring so well. All right, you guys are gonna love this purple. I love this purple. It's one of my favorite sleeving colors. And it is seriously hilarious how uncanny Cooler Master purple it is. This is also a situation where, like the brass tubing, so this is purple, Cooler Master purple. I have to make sure that the sleeving debris doesn't get inside here, so I gotta get a plastic tub to catch all this stuff. There's the one Achilles heel with the sleeving is that it's messy. I hate how messy it is. I hate how wasteful it is in terms of like microplastics. The same dark purple fluid like with the last build. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it'll be a slightly different purple between the sleeving and the fluid, but I think it'll be okay. I think it'll work out nicely with those purple washers for sure. By the way, I don't think there would be an issue of custom liquid fluid touch computer components, Jason, the fluids. Yeah, the fluids that we use and what you should use, they are specially designed for this kind of stuff. Some of it is non-conductive fluid. That being said, like deionized water, distilled water, the second it comes in contact with the air, they start exchanging ions. Or I should say the water is taking in those ions the second that the air touches it. And so it's really hard to have like deionized water or distilled water be perfectly pure 100% of the time. And so if you get really nice, expensive, like some of the best fluid on the market is Aqua Computer DP Ultra fluid, and their formula is insane because their fluid lasts years and years and has no problem lasting in all sorts of loops. And I would always suggest using a specially formulated fluid for this kind of stuff rather than just like distilled water. That being said, you can absolutely still use distilled water mixed in with some of this other fluid. And that's what we do more times than we should, personally. And that's just because we go through so many builds that we're using all this fluid, and the fluid can be pretty expensive. And so we try and save those costs by not using fully concentrated, or not fully concentrated, but properly ratioed mixture of like distilled water and a concentrate coolant. Because you can buy them concentrated where they are meant to be mixed with distilled water, and we'll go that route, but we won't do the exact ratio that it's wanting. But I can't recommend that. What's up, Soaring Tails? Thanks for being here. We've got quite the build here. This is the Cooler Master MasterFrame 600. Oh, and you know what I'll do? I'll put the back panel on. So this is the cable management. You guys can see. It's very simplistic, easy. I still got to finish these ram fans, but that's basically it. Let's see, how does this go? It's the back panel working in a horizontal fashion with the effect that it gives here is my favorite. Like, this is awesome. I love this so much. And obviously, you know, if this case was sitting in a traditional sense, that would be your side intake, right? That's why that cutout is like that. But being that we flipped everything, it also have the option of flipping the panel too, so it doesn't have to sit vertically as if the case was sitting normally, right? It can be horizontal like everything else. So it leaves that spot open for like a really fun little tie into the grill design. Under €1,000, huh? It's tough, man. I've found the sweet spot, and I'm trying to like do the math in my head because the euro is so much stronger than the dollar right now. Because I think €1,000 probably is close to 1,200 USD, and I have found traditionally the sweet spot for like a good spec build is like $1,600 USD. You start having a lot of flexibility around the 1,600 USD range. Doing like, okay, sorry, euros, pounds. It's the same thing. I'm in America. Anyway, yeah, that would be tough. I would definitely recommend. So, like, for instance, in the U.S., retailers are giving away, or not giving away, but they're selling the 7700Xs for like a few dollars cheaper than the 9700X. And in my opinion, you go for the 9700X, right? But that little cost jump, it adds up, right? So like, I think it's like a $20 or $30 markup or difference, cost difference from the last time I saw it. I was speccing up someone to build a couple weeks ago. And I was a little shocked to see, like, Newegg was selling a 7700X for $243, and then they had the 9700X for like $264 or $259 or something like that. Like, and at that point, if you're buying a new rig, you have to spend a little bit extra and get if you can, get current hardware. I hate recommending older gen hardware to people who are buying a computer because they haven't had a rig in a long time and they need a new one. If you need a new one and you're a person who doesn't buy hardware very often, then it is absolutely an investment because that money's going a longer distance or a longer duration of time than if you're someone like us who are, always changing out their hardware, always demanding more from your rig, always changing it up. And in that case, buying the hardware is not really an investment because it's not lasting you the proper amount of time that this hardware is kind of spec'd out to be, right? So sometimes it is best to spend a little bit extra because for those people that aren't buying rigs very often, it is absolutely an investment. And you have to look at it like that. You have to think to yourself, ooh, I buy a rig once every 5 to 8 years. This is going to have to last me a while. Should I just save some money and buy an older gen stuff? Well, then no, because by that 8-year mark, you are many generations behind because you bought older generation hardware at that time to save money. So right away, you're still behind. Even if you're buying a new rig to you, you're still behind the second that you bought that hardware because you wanted to save some money. So, like, for instance, that 9700X to 7700X comparison, $20, $30 difference between those two, absolutely go for the newer component, right? There's just no reason. In my mind, they should be selling the 7700X for that much money when the 97's going for that price. But that's just an example. Yeah, join our Discord, man. We've got a lot of people in there that are always willing to help, and we're curating a nice, fun little community that is always anxious to help someone out in this hobby. So, yeah, right there. Okay, Sam's got it. So that's a $35 difference between that generation CPU right there. Same spec, right? It's a 7797. $30, $35 difference. It's, in my mind, it's worth it, but yes, it can absolutely add up fast. And so you have to mitigate that with other choices. Unfortunately, the current pattern is everyone's splurging on the GPU side of things. And that can blow out your budget pretty quickly, right? And in my mind, you have to really think about your use case scenario. So it's like a fun little comparison, if you will. Here, I'm gonna change up the camera a little bit so I can talk with you guys. You can actually see me. Oh, yeah, of course, the other thing's right there. I'll move it. So like for instance, if we're talking about, say you've got a 1080p monitor and you want to game in 1080p. So if you were to go online and look at like CPU reviews and stuff like that, you will see a lot of CPU reviews where they're doing it in 1080p and not like 4K or something like that. They might include 4K, but the real important stuff is when it comes down to 1080p, because they're testing in that way for a very specific reason. And the reason is how that hardware is being utilized. And this is what I'm talking about in terms of like, you really have to think about your use case scenario. So if you've got a 1080p monitor and you're in the market for new hardware, if you really don't feel like upgrading your monitor to 4K and you don't want to be with the times, I mean, it's hard to not recommend 4K. 4K looks so beautiful. But if you want to stick to 1080p, you're going to need a strong processor, not so strong of a GPU. That can save you a good amount of money because the GPU is the expensive part, right? You can get a solid, you can get a 9800X3D, you can get a 7800X3D because the performance is still so good with that. Hell, you could even get a 5800X3D and still rock AM4 if you want. And in my opinion, the 5800X3D still does plenty. Like it's such a strong processor still for like 90% of gamers out there. Anyway, those people who are running the lower resolutions on their monitor should be going for the stronger processor, right? Especially the X3Ds that are good for gaming in that regard. Now, if you're playing a 4K, hell, you could get away with a 7 or a 5 series CPU if you've got like an 80 or 90 series GPU from like NVIDIA, right? If you have like a 4080 or a 4090, 5080, 5090, those cards they all excel at 4K. And at 4K, the GPU is doing all the work. So the CPU is kind of kicking back and saying, hey, I can do whatever. You don't need an X3D if you're playing at 4K. You just don't. And so you have to think about those things when you're shopping for those parts, right? Like, oh, you know what? I don't have to buy a $1,500 graphics card. Now I can buy a slightly stronger CPU, spend only $100, $200 more, but then all of a sudden I've got a lot more budget for other things, right? Oh, maybe I want to update my storage a bit and run a 4 terabyte drive instead of a 2 terabyte drive. Now you can do that because you're factoring in your best case scenario or your use case scenario for the hardware that you're shopping for. It's so easy to get caught in your head of like, oh man, I need the latest and greatest. I need the 5090. I need a 4090. I need a 90 series card. But you got to think about like, oh, what panel am I playing on? Oh, I'm playing 1440p. Okay, 1440p. Those are perfect for 70 series, right? 4070, 5070. Hell, even do a Ti or a super variant of that. Those cards are meant for that kind of resolution play. And so you have to think about those things. You can't just think about budget and total horsepower, if you will, right? Total power that your rig can do. And I'll check chat in a second, you guys. Sorry. Just wanted to focus in on getting this line run. It's looking nice. Okay, let's see. Let me check on chat real quick. Budget, what's that? Yeah, it's always nice when someone has that, right? And you can have some fun just putting together a hypothetical spec sheet. T705 is a great drive. Yeah, 4K budget and 75% that wins. Yeah, think about that. Almost half of your entire budget on a rig goes to a single component. Like, what is that? And that's why you got to think about it in a smart manner, right? You can't just be throwing money at the wall and expecting your rig to then act a certain way. I mean, obviously a 5090 Astral is going to perform great, but you know, if you're running a 1440p monitor, your GPU is not even going to be fully utilized. Hell, it'll probably even be like 70% utilized. And all that money that you spent on the card could have went to something else, without a doubt. These Fantex fittings are so nice to sleeve with. It's a bummer that they stopped making them. You cannot find them anymore. My rig's able to get 240 hertz with upscaling on BL4. What is BL4? I mean, BF4? I guess I'm with upscaling. My parts, especially CBS and the prime focus. Yeah, it's multitasking, right? So like that's another thing is like when it comes to like talk like this, right? It's like, oh, well, what kind of FPS am I getting for gaming? It's like, well, if I'm doing workload scenario stuff, that can go all sorts of different ways. One thing that drives me nuts is what really grinds my gears is, for instance, we use Fusion 360 modeling, doing 3D design, and their business model is online. So your rig only gets utilized to a certain extent when doing the modeling. A lot of it is cloud-based rendering. It's like half. I think it's like 50-50. Like the rig renders and then tells the cloud service, hey, I need to render this. And the cloud service say, okay, I'll help render in this. And I hate it because this always online model essentially stifles performance. It stifles my time. Making the 3D design for this panel, this is an imitation Cooler Master panel. This is 3D printed. Making the cutouts for this and all the fillets, rounding off each corner of the Cooler Master logo, took so long, and it was because I was just waiting for server communication. The rig could handle it. The rig was just sitting there waiting, and you could see a little progress bar of like, oh, communicating with server. It's like, can I just do this on my rig alone? But no, because of course businesses have to always have an online model, right? And I get it. I get their apprehensiveness to go that route, because you look at a crazy CAD program like SolidWorks, where SolidWorks wasn't traditionally always online, but SolidWorks has lots of pirated copies out there in existence because they used to be offline, right? Like the older Photoshops, right? The really old versions, the pirated ones are all old because they're not the online model. And so from a company perspective, yeah, sure, fine, whatever, that makes sense. But like at the same time, all this money you spent on hardware thinking that, oh, I need all this certain horsepower or whatever, multitasking performance to do render workloads or whatever, really depends on the program you're using. Because God forbid they have an online model. I'm trying so hard not to get sleeving on the carpet here. It's very hard to clean up, especially out of carpet. I'll check chat in a second. All right, another line. Oh, Borderlands, that's what it is. Okay, sorry about that. Borderlands 4. Yeah, I'm doing editing, art, model creation, a bunch of stuff, including simulation. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. CPU is the thing that gets used most. 97X2 is just a, hey, what's a decent enough? Yeah, that checks out. Absolutely. I think that's a great stack hardware configuration, right? You probably could have, I mean, okay, no, you said 1440p. You probably honestly could have gotten away with a non-X3D 9950X. And there are times when, so like for instance, this is a 9950X 3D. There's a part of me that wants a 9950X so it can have more fun overclocking and seeing if like what kind of performance I can push out of it, because you can't really do much with the X3Ds. It's great that AMD created a processor that's just so good out of the box, and it's tuned in a way that you don't really need to mess with it, and if you do, you start asking for trouble. But I like to tinker, right? I mean, like, this is all we do. We love tinkering with these things. This is why we do what we do. And so there's a part of me that is regretful that we did just get a normal 9950X. They're a lot easier to get, cheaper, and if you like to overclock, they're more fun. And you know, use case scenario, it's not critical that we always have X3D for everything, right? This is looking good. I will say, I probably won't fill the rig tonight. Been going a long time here. It's been 3 hours. No, it's gonna be 4 hours. Hour 4. I probably will get the sleeving done. Like there's some fittings that I need to readjust and get them fully threaded in, but I want to get all the, at least these lines sleeved, and I'll include these ones right here and get that all running, and then we'll wrap this thing up probably off camera, and then we'll do content, photos and video for social media and YouTube. And then, because we also have a black MasterFrame 600 build that we're going to be doing too, with some really nice hardware as well from MSI this time around. So there's plenty of build content to come in the future with streams. Yeah, that it's borderline not consumer grade. I would agree with that. I don't know why that one's not threading in. All right, but I'll deal with it later. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty dope when it's done, and it'll look a lot better with the sleeving. The sleeving completely transforms the build. It's just all about having the right vision, especially when you add layer to layer to layer, right? You really have no idea what it's going to look like. And sometimes when we're doing big projects with companies, every now and then we'll come across a brand that like really needs a mock-up. Like, oh, can you provide a render of this? Like, I could, but it's going to take probably more time to render out a bunch of hypotheticals that might not work in real world. Probably will look a lot different in real world because of those differences, those changes. And I know they're looking for like a rough mock-up or just a general idea of what's going on, and that's easy to draw up too. It's easy to explain, but the causality of putting together a render also puts up huge expectation that the finished build will look exactly like the render. And I have not come across doing a single build that looks exactly like the render does. And so you have, oh, I screwed up. I didn't slide the fittings over. But you have a good chance of upsetting a party because they were expecting a build to look a certain way and it doesn't look the way that you had advertised. Just because real life happened and, oh, this part didn't work out the way that I thought it did, and 3D form, and this didn't work out here. And so over the years, we've kind of gotten to the point where we love just to wing these builds. But in a way that's like, hey, trust us. We want it to look good too. We're not going to make it look bad. We're about this. We want to make it look good for you and for us too. Let us do our thing. And a company like Cooler Master did that very thing. So we're doing 2 builds and probably do them in a completely different way. I will say I am a sucker for this orientation. This is my favorite I/O down, I call it, because you got the motherboard I/O down, downward facing, same with the GPU. You don't have to worry about a weight support bracket in the GPU. You don't have to worry about sag, right? The card can look just as good in this vertical form versus not. I mean, obviously it's a little, yeah, you can see that. That's cool, right? I think that looks awesome. I'm so over the traditional layout, but we might do a traditional layout in the black one. Though, maybe we do an inverted traditional. So not I/O down, but upside down motherboard. That way you can see the GPU looking down. I mean, yeah, like if you were up looking down, you could see the air cooler right there. We've got a big 200 or 400 millimeter 2x200 radiator that we mocked up in this one last week as we were kind of getting going with what the ins and outs of this build was going to be like. In last week's stream, we came across quite a few roadblocks about modularity on this case, and so a lot of what you see with this build is based on a few 3D designs that can really transform and enhance this build that wouldn't be too problematic to do yourself. You could have a company 3D print them. If you've got a 3D printer, you can print it yourself. But if you guys missed any of that, we'll have this stream up on our YouTube as a VOD, and you guys can watch back, talk about all the other individual 3D designs that we had implemented on this build. And I can review them after I do all this sleeving. Yeah, that's going to be pretty good. Honestly, main thing to focus on for most pieces is the case. Yeah. Size constraints, depending where you want your port I/O to be the front, top. Case comes first as your primary drive for how the rest of the build. It's true. We really prefer open air chassis design because I hate being confined into a box. This being a fully modular setup in that sense helps me a lot for having that freedom back, right? Even though I'm being constrained within confines of some walls, I can still kind of do what I want to do out of this. And that was the biggest thing that we were excited with on this case is, all right, fine, we'll do, traditional case build. And we're okay doing traditional case builds. It's fun to do a challenge, especially like SFF cases, but we love being able to be a lot more creative with the open air design. mean, like for instance, I don't know if you guys had been around last week for our stream, but this is Project Vesa. I'll see if I can, here, let's move this out of the way. Talk about fitment here. But yeah, you can see how ergonomic this is. The HDMI cable's a little out there. But yeah, no, this is Project Vesa. So this is a really fun open air chassis design that mounts to a Vesa-based monitor arm, right? Open air, I can do what I want. I can have a lot of fun with the build layout. Never have to worry about temps, right? The only thing I have to worry about dust. But guess what? For the dust to accumulate easily, it's also easy to dust off. You literally take it outside, blow it off with an electric air duster, and you're good. It's a lot easier to dust than a full build. And a lot of people immediately assume dust is the main issue for any open air build. Oh, it gets dusty so easily. Like, yeah, but it's also easy to dust off. You know, if you have one of these, you have to take off all the dust panels, blow it out. Even then, you've got dust in the crevices that you can't get to. Open air, you can attack it from any angle. You can dust it from any angle. And it's a lot easier to just clean up in general. And so that argument is always something that I laugh about because there's not really much merit to stand on in that regard. Yeah, H5 flow. So, in my opinion, the H5 flow is like bottom. Well, okay, I'm sorry. NZXT cases, for the most part, are very beginner level. I would say bottom tier in terms of like what you can get for the money. A lot of those cases are designed in the way you build in only one way. And there's quite a few cases. I mean, like for instance, Fantex, lately, a few of their case designs have been very clear to us that they're designing the case in a way that you build the build the way that they want you to build the build. And I personally, I can't stand that. I can't side with that. I don't know why companies feel the need to have that control over that, because that's such a huge part of what the PC space is, the hobby is self-expression, right? Obviously these rigs are tools too, but the same thing as a car. And you see plenty of modified cars out there, cars that people have made it their own, make it unique, the way to self-expression. So the computer's the same thing, but if you're dictating how those people can build with what you're giving them, or selling them, I should say, then you're killing the very essence of what makes this hobby so great. And I don't jive with that. This is not for me. So I don't like it when a company does that. And there's been a few companies in the past few years that really try and dictate how they want builds to go in their cases. And I personally don't see the why. I really don't see the why. You would think that you'd want your case to have as many options as possible, because that provides that case a longer lifespan for a builder. A PC case, you're not making a PC case where, we're going to design this case where it's only going to be good for a few years and then they'll get rid of it. Why? What is the point of that? You make other components like that. You don't make the case like that. You make a case where it is like a go-to case for years and years and years to come. And I would say cases were talked about like that from like decades prior up until probably COVID. The COVID surge blew up for this space, and companies like Lean Lee immediately ran with it and made 8 different variations of their O11 case. But they made variations of the case that would be applicable to anyone that would look in their direction, right? And so that's fine if you're making different variants based on different build methodologies, different aesthetic motivations that you may have with a build that you're trying to plan out. I don't have a problem with that, because for the most part, O11s are all very easy to build in. There's not many instances of an O11 where they're dictating how you need to set things up. And that's why that case is done so well. That's why that case is one of the still talked about cases. But before COVID, the O11 was one of many cases where like, oh man, I remember that case would do great. Or, oh man, I shouldn't have gotten rid of that case because that case did everything I wanted it to do. That's what a case should do. It should not be an immediate disappointment. And unfortunately, we've come across a few cases that are immediate disappointments. And it's a bummer. It's not what you want to see in this space. Sorry, I'm just focusing up on cutting the sleeving here, making sure none of it falls on the carpet, and that I get precise cuts. All right. Yeah, that's pretty sick. That's a fun twist on that. Yeah, I'm glad you're liking it, Bobo. I'm not fully tightening the compression rings on these fittings, just because we have been going for 4 hours. And you get the gist. Obviously, I need to clamp down on some of these compression rings and actually get them in, and then we'll get fluid in here. But for the most part, this mock-up is more than sufficient. I am thinking about maybe like a custom 4-port tube clamp. It's been a minute since we 3D printed a tube clamp. I think it was last CES that we did. We did the Alpha Cool ISO, and then we did the Ducky build in the APNX V1 case. And those had custom clamps, but we haven't done custom clamps since. And it's been 9 months. And it would be fun to do a 4-1. I've been envisioning like this really, it's a generative design. It's like abstract, but I'm envisioning 4 lines connected with like a 4-line clamp. And I think that'd be really cool. I don't know if it's the play right here. It would help to clean up and manage the distances between each line. But I think it looks pretty dope, especially with that hard line right there. But let's get these back lines done. Yeah, you think so for a 4-tube clamp? I think that'd be cool. That'd be cool, right? Yeah, Philip, all 50 series are decently built. I would fully agree. I mean, you know, you think about it in the regards of like how NVIDIA wants their end product to be out there in the real world, right? NVIDIA has a lot of stipulations for their AIB, the add-in board partners, on what they can do with their cards and stuff like that. Like, so for instance, that's why you see GeForce RTX. I think it's on the front. No, it's not on the front. But I think NVIDIA dictates that they have to have 2 GeForce RTX logos on their cards no matter what. So that's a stipulation that I know about, but I'm sure there's a bunch of hidden stipulations, right? And like when it gets to like the 90 or 80 series tier cards out of whatever generation, I guarantee you there's a certain minimum like quality standard that NVIDIA wants all AIBs to impose onto their cards, right? And because I've never, like, the only thing that I would consider is like the last time I saw a cheaply made card was MSI's Ventus line of cards. I do feel like MSI goes the cheap route with the Ventus line every time, because we've had 3 or 4 different Ventus cards in the past, and reason for that is because more times than not there are water blocks available for the Ventus lines of cards, and so because of that, we have the ability to take them apart, right? The chance to take them apart, and each time we've taken apart a Ventus card, it's like, man, this is like either a plastic backplate, right, which is stupid in my opinion. You just do aluminum, do a thin gauge aluminum, just have it be metal. What are you doing? But plastic backplate, the air cooler is mounted onto the PCB, obviously with the 4 screws for the core, but then like maybe 2 additional screws from the PCB going into the cooler, versus like this one, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, maybe 14 screws for the PCB backplate going into the card, versus like 2. What? So it's like little stuff like that. It's like, man, they cut corners here, they cut corners there. But for the most part, you'll see the Ventus line in only from like the 50, right? So like a 40-50, 40-60, 40-70. I think they might have Ventus 80s. But for the most part, the Ventus ones that we've done have been 70s. And every single time it's like, man, they spent the absolute minimum that they needed to make this card. And I think short of that, for the most part, I've seen some very decently built cards. You know who actually makes pretty decently built cards is Zotac. Their 90s and 80s series lines of Zotac cards are actually made really nice. Is the Montec XR an alright case, actually? I will say the new Montec cases, I mean, to be completely honest with you, the XR sounds new. I think it's one of the newer ones. Anything Montec has done in the past 3 years, solid. Montec is one of those case brands or just companies in general that very quickly upped the ante on everything that they've done, right? It's very easy to be like a B tier, C tier company making just the same old crap cases over and over and over again. But Montec is one of the few that said, you know what, let's it be above and the rest from the competition. And a lot of the Montec cases that you see now that they've been pushing out have all been built really well, designed really nicely. Our good friends at Gear Seekers, they even collabed with Montec and did the Gear Seekers edition of case. Which one is it based off of? I'm spacing it right now, probably because it's so late, I've been streaming for so long, but yeah, no, Montec makes some solid cases, but I would say only look at Montec in the past 3 years. Like if you're looking for Montec cases, look within the past 3 years of case releases. Anything past that, I think Montec did used to be kind of meh, but they have upped their game. Same thing with Deepcool. It sucks because Deepcool is now sanctioned in the US. You can't even market their stuff or talk about them or anything like that. And it's a real bummer because Deepcool has been going crazy on pushing the envelope of what budget cases can be. And there's a lot of really cool stuff that Deepcool has been doing that we can't experience in the US anymore because of those stupid sanctions. So that's also, I mean, if you're not in the US, I would absolutely look at Deepcool's cases because they're making some good stuff right now. Okay, XR came out in 2024. Then it's probably going to be a solid case. Like I would have no doubt that that case would give you everything that you're looking for. You know, look at this this tube that was already cut. It's going to be a perfect 90 right here. Excellent. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, look at that. That is a clean 90 right there. Nice and simple. Doesn't need to be anything crazy. And then we've got this line, which might even be this right here. No, it's a little short. The tiniest bit short. Oh yeah, be a nice little line right here. Easy money. Look at that. Nice and simplistic straight line. So this will be an interesting loop layout, but essentially we've got our fill reservoir, right? Easy to get to the cap, fill up, feeds into the pump, DDC pump, and then goes into this other reservoir, which is not a fill reservoir. It's an inline reservoir, capped everywhere except for this line. So it's going to fill up. We'll bleed it out with this extra plug. The second that fluid comes out of the plug, I cap it. That pressure will take the fluid into the radiator. And the radiator will come back down, or I'm sorry, the fluid will come back down. And then it'll go through this small distro. So this channel goes from here to here. So this line goes into the CPU block, exits the CPU block into the other part of the distro, separate channel, exits out here and goes back into the original fill reservoir. And then that, you've got a complete loop right there. So one of the main reason why we did a DDC, it's got solid head pressure, which will be required because we'll get a pretty sizable pressure drop going to such a large volume and then dipping back down into the normal line. So when you do these inline reservoirs, you do have pressure drop you have to count for. And that's why we did a DDC instead of like a D5. The DDCs are a little bit louder, but you can do more fun things like this and not have to worry about, ooh, my flow's too little. You know, we didn't include a flow indicator. I was going to include an EK flow indicator, and I guess I completely spaced it. I even have a plug right here, an EK plug fitting, so that if I want to drain it, I just hook. It's like a quick disconnect, so I can take the plug off, still not open the valve, put a 90 on it, and then run a line right here. And being that this is the lowest point of the loop, and it's inline, I can open up the valve, and it's going to pull fluid from both directions of the loop, and I can have gravity just pull the fluid out. Open up one of these plugs, and displacement of air and fluid will pressurize the fluid to come out. And it should be easy to drain as well. So that's a nice little bonus. And that's why you spend a little bit extra time on the loop layout planning, so that it helps you later on, because there have been plenty of loops in the past where we don't think about draining, and then we're immediately kicking ourselves for hours on end as we're shaking the rig violently trying to get all the fluid out before it makes a mess or something like that. But yeah. Yes, the radiator is slanted, Boba. You must have not been there for that. I designed like a little 15-degree angle bracket for the radiator, so the radiator can sit at a slight angle. It wasn't, I mean, I always get excited to use noise blocker E-loops on these builds, but it's not lost on me that this is like the biggest part of the build that's not white or silver, right? So I wanted to angle it a little bit so that you could see the whites of the fans of the blades, right? So I wanted to angle it a little bit. And the fact that with this case, and I don't know if you had heard me prior, but these rails, these modular rails, and I'll show you, because it's not a swing and a miss, but it could have been a home run, and instead it was like a double or a triple. So you get 6 of these modular rails with the MasterFrame 600, and you can put them anywhere on the case, right? But if you wanted to mount a radiator with these, right, you get 2 of them, right? So one side of the radiator, other side of the radiator. Except, and we tested this because we were trying to mock up different build ideas and stuff. These holes and this design does not line up with any 120 or 140 or 200 base radiator. I don't understand why. The spacing that they chose for these holes, I think they just oh yeah, it's going to be this distance, and they didn't think about the implications. So if you're trying to use these rails to mount radiators, you can't. And when we were discovering this and figuring this out, because we did a lot of this first impression stuff during last week's stream, which is on our YouTube if you guys want to watch the VOD for that. We made little 3D printed adapter plates that span 4 holes, but then creates a sliding rail so that I can mount it exactly between those 2 holes. So I'm not restricted to only these mount holes. So that way I was able to say, oh, you know, I could screw these into the rails and then modulate the bar exactly to where or what I wanted to mount it to. That being said, there were a few instances where these little adapters would get in the way of other things. They got in the way of the side panel clamps. So like, you know, with like a normal case, you're like, oh yeah, you know, just like line up the groove and then it'll clip in. So these grooves, they don't at all factor in the fact that you can move things around. So these little grooves can actually dictate quite a bit of where you have things mounted to these rails. So that's what I mean by like almost a home run, because like they went all in on making this case modular, but not modular enough to where you actually can do what you felt like you should be able to do. And it was just, it's so interesting to me that this is actually the case with this case, pun intended. And that's why we decided to go this route of, oh, any issue we had, we're just going to solve it with the 3D print. Because the 3D print can be applied to any part of this case. If you take this modular rail system and you negate those rails and say, I'm going to make my own mounting system, well then now I can make custom tube reservoir mounts. Now I can make custom radiator mounts that angle a radiator if I wanted it to. Now I can make, I guess that was it for me. Yeah, I mean like I made the PSU cable shroud, but like just those things right there completely enhance this build. And I thought I could do that out of the box. And unfortunately I found out that you couldn't. The Cooler does provide a few different brackets for mounting radiators too, but they're kind of unsightly. So you need these mounted to, so say like the front, you would mount these tabs, and then you would mount the radiator to these tabs. Well, you've got, in my opinion, these are so ugly. There could have absolutely been a cleaner way to make this be a thing. But this wouldn't have had to be the case if you had done the math on your hole spacing so that the math lines up with the dimensions of the radiators. Because with the chassis design stuff that I've done and all the other accessory brackets and stuff that we design and sell on our website, I have learned more than well enough that all that math does check out if you're on a specific numerical value. None of these holes are on that numerical value. The math doesn't line up. It doesn't add up with any other accessory standard out there. And it's crazy to me. I don't know why. Obviously, I love Cooler Master. I don't want to say anything mean about any specific designer on purpose. I'm just saying off of what I feel. But like, I feel like personally, whoever was part of the design for this case might be a bit green in the PC building aspect. They may be a great designer, but they haven't built PCs long enough to know, you know what, this whole spacing isn't going to work out for any of the accessories that already exist out there. And it's not going to be, it's going to end up being cumbersome. It's going to be a pain point rather than a nice, it's going to be a bug and not a feature, right? People are going to think it's a bug. They're going to think that it's not right for the design. Something was not right rather than, oh man, this lines up with anything. You can mount anything you want right out of the box. It just works. I wish I could say that about this case. I really do. I really wish. And that's why we did first impressions, is I thought, like, we're just opening out of the box the first time, not even looking at it off camera, just looking at it together. And that's when we discovered, oh man, I can't do this. Oh man, I can't do this. Like, so for instance, and we talked about this during the beginning of this stream. It might be hard to see with the shadowing, but you've got this bar right here. And I fully expected this to be possible, especially when this case is reverse connector compatible, right? So this is one of the cases that, oh yeah, you can do reverse connector motherboards, reverse connector GPUs. We support it. Okay, fine, that's great. Oris, you know, they have their Stealth Ice line, very clean, very simple, very minimal. And so because of that, I don't want a bunch of brackets here and there in the background in the midst of me trying to present a really clean build, right? So I thought to myself, being that the motherboard panel mounts to the panel down here, I don't need 3 individual bars that they had before. So like this is like a little mounting rail that that worked right here. I think if I can fit it. It like went under here. This screw's stopping right here, but it went under there. So out of the box, the motherboard panel was mounted with a bar right here, a bar right here, and a bar right there. You don't need 3 of these to hold the motherboard panel. You just need 1, especially because if it's mounted at the bottom, you only need 1. However, the motherboard panel holes weren't lined up to work in a single row like that. It might be hard to tell with the shadow, but there's a hole right here and a hole right here. Those were the original taps for the motherboard panel. And so you literally couldn't even run this because none of these holes lined up. So you couldn't do that. And so that was our first mod that we did like right as the stream ended last week. I literally marked those holes and tapped them because I was like, this needs to happen no matter what. 3D print aside, I want a nice strong mount for the motherboard, right? You got a lot of weight, you got a lot of money here. You need a nice strong solid mount. And so I modified the motherboard panel to have actual lined holes for this rail system to work. So it's like you create a rail system and you make it all super adjustable, but then you immediately negate possibility by
not going that extra distance and making sure that, especially for like how wide this tab is. That's the most comical thing to me. And you can see it right here. Look how wide this tab is. And yet there's only one tap here. Wouldn't you think that there would be taps, as many taps as there are holes right here, so that you can give people the full adjustability to do what they want to do? Same with this tab. I don't know what the hell tab this is. This is a weird square tab with this hole that's like super off center. And this is a good example. Okay, so say I want to mount this right here. Well, these two kind of line up, I think. But then right here, this third tab is completely off with these others. And I was going to have a second bar here, and I decided against it only because this panel also mounts down here. So you've got an anchor point and then this upper anchor point. So I completely negated this one, but I was going to. And I couldn't because this tab doesn't even go low enough to span this one. And so it's like, what was the thought process here? I don't understand, because like there's nothing right here that stopped them from having this tab go further down. There's nothing that stopped them from having taps go all the way down the length of this ridiculously wide tab. And right here, the fact that this tab is so small, when this tab is so long, and this tab is so offset, what in the hell is going on? What is the thought process here? Because I can't figure it out. And I've had a week with this thing. We've been maining this build all week, trying to sort out the ins and outs of this case. And I just can't think of any thought process other than, oh yeah, you're supposed to mount the bars like this. No, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that when you're putting holes on every side of the case. Don't tell me the bars are only supposed to go a certain way when you have it like that. Don't tell me that it can only go that way if you're going to give me 90% modularity and you restrict the 10% by just straight up negating any sort of potential flexibility that the customer may have with, oh yeah, I've got a bunch of these. I'm going to use them for other things on other parts of the case, so I'll just do this. Oh wait, I can't. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. So like, but again, that's one of the reasons why we do this stuff, right? And this is why I'm doing this. I'm talking about this on stream. Jorn, good to have you here, bro. It's why I'm going over this stuff and discussing with you guys live on stream is I want to impart this knowledge on you guys, this insight, so that when you guys are out shopping for yourself or shopping for a friend, you're thinking about these ins and outs. Because you never know. If, like, say you're building a rig for a friend, and that friend has never built a rig before, and you're helping him out, but then he totally goes full blue pill, or is it red pill? I think it's red pill. Oh God, I don't even know. Maybe I'm stuck in the matrix. Goes full blue pill, dives headfirst into this hobby, and he very quickly realizes, oh man, there's a lot of like roadblocks with the stuff that I have. I can't really do much with the spec sheet that my buddy gave me. And so that's kind of the thought process that I have with anyone that asks questions about, oh, what do I do with this and this? It's like, well, it's very easy to give like a very general consensus baseline idea of like, oh, you should go this route or you should do this. It's like, it's so nuanced. And you can go any sort of way in this hobby, in this space. And so that's why we do what we do, to show you guys, to push these products to their maximum and show the potential of what you guys can do, right? Because this build, I guarantee you, doesn't look like any other MasterFrame 600 build out there. And that was the point. I wanted to create a fun, really clean and cohesive build that someone else can achieve in this case by just doing a few tweaks here and there. I mean, like in terms of case modding, the only case mod that we actually did was moving the taps up just for this rail. The rest was 3D printed. It was additive. It wasn't subtractive, and it wasn't actual modifying anything existing. It was literally just adding to the existing infrastructure framework, literally, of what this case can do. And honestly, I think Cooler Master, I'm just now thinking about this actually. I think Cooler Master can absolutely come out with a MasterFrame like bare line. B-A-R-E. Like it's just bare. It's just the framework. Sure, they'll include some panels if you want. Maybe you can buy the panels a la carte, but you buy just the framework. And then they have an online depository of like fun 3D designs that, oh, that would work well in my build. I'm going to download that print file and then print it. Or, ooh, I'm going to send it to my buddy. He's got a 3D printer. He can print that for me. And that way you can kind of slowly put together a build that's more tailored to you rather than ship a case that has a bunch of stuff that I'm not going to use. Like for instance, this panel was included as the stock configuration bottom panel. And I wasn't going to use that, seeing as the I/O is now my bottom panel. I got to use this for something, right? Well, I'm not going to put this here. This doesn't at all jive with anything. And so that's why I literally just replicated the panel with a 3D print. And then now I've got a really nice cohesive panel that matches all the other sides. And I feel like Cooler Master is the size of company that could pull that off. Where they sell just the panels, they sell just the framework, they sell just individual parts, and you can make it your own. And maybe that's their end goal. Maybe that's what they're going for with this case. Just don't know. You know, I don't know if that's actually their plan. You know, we saw our friends Gear Seekers, they did the MasterFrame 400, which is a really dope MATX version of this case. To be completely honest, I fully thought this case could transform into that. And they could absolutely do that if they had these struts cut with rear connector pieces that would hold them together if you wanted, but if you wanted to dumb down the size, all right, it would take that section out and then reduces the whole height of the case. And now you've got all of a sudden an MATX. Ooh, all of a sudden you got an ITX. Or if you wanted to go on their website and buy a few of these extra things, you could have like a crazy tall one. You could do that if they made it possible. And with a framework like this, with the MasterFrame framework, I still think it's absolutely possible. You could go that route. And I think it'd be a really fun way to include the community on that. But, you know, I guess in the meantime, we just have case modding to fix those issues, right? Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. All right, let's see these last two lines. The frame seems like a good base to cut and adjust, but we shall see. Yeah, it's a great baseline, and I do wish they sold just the frame. Buy the frame, buy panels individually at like 20 bucks a pop, 30 bucks a pop. Maybe 20 bucks a pop. I don't know. I don't know how much it is to make these panels. They're all aluminum. But it can't be that hard to do. I think it's entirely possible for a company like Cooler Master to pull something that off and be successful with it. But yeah, Jorn, it's like what you said. Let's see what they do. Gear Seekers did the review of the MasterFrame 400, and they had said that that was like an early prototype of that case. That case hadn't been fully officially launched yet, and so because of that, there's probably going to be some changes made, but they wanted to review it early. That's fine. And so to me, that tells me that Cooler Master has things in motion with the MasterFrame line. And so I'm simply imparting my thought process and hopes and dreams for this case, just based because I've been dealing with it for a week straight, figuring out fun little ways to enhance it with the 3D design that I can pull off by just printing it. You know, like for instance, this panel, I could have absolutely went to a local company, because we don't have a laser cutter, unfortunately. Just don't have the room or money for one. But I could absolutely DXF this with a laser and cut it in acrylic and have a nice diffuse silver acrylic panel rather than 3D printed. I had to 3D print this because we don't have a laser, and it's fine. You can see layer lines and stuff, but it's really mainly because from 5 feet away, you won't know the difference, and this looks infinitely better than this, especially when you've got a very visual feature going on in here with the dual reservoirs, right? You're gonna look in that direction, and I didn't want an ugly mesh panel to be the backdrop to that. I wanted the same cohesiveness of the grill design to be on every side of the case. All right. Where did the end of the sleeving go? It vanished. Oh, there it is. All right, last line, you guys. All right. That wraps that up. So let's put that panel on.
thing looks dope with that paneling. The annoying part about this 3D printed is it's not magnetized or tapped or anything, so I have to run some screws with nuts in each corner. But the finished result still looks so clean, so it's worth it. Actually, I think it's going to be easier to install with this off first. This microphone's almost dead. All right, Yaron, man, have a great day, I think. Yeah, I think your day's starting out, yeah? So have a good one, man. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Okay. This one might be a bit tough. I'm gonna grab some tweezers and hold that nut in place. Nope. All right. Now let's get that back panel on. All right. We have essentially this finished build. This thing is sick. I'll change the camera. Yeah, man, this thing is awesome. Came together so well. And just needed a few tweaks. But now we've got our very unique build. to the GPU. Nice and clean. Clean presentation on the back, right? Diffuse silver, you can see all the cool stuff going on in there. 3D printed imitation panel. Holds up. Not perfect, but that's okay. And then this crazy thing, this craziness going on here. What is all this about? Yeah, I think that turned out excellent. And so now technically all that is left is to, I got to fix some of these compression rings, make sure they're like fully threaded in, and then fill this bad boy up, get windows installed. I don't even have to really worry about any RGB. I mean, I think maybe the card lights up. Oh yeah, the fans do have a little diode in one of the blades. So definitely get a purple diode going in on that, and that'll be a really cool effect on the front. And then I took the RGB strip out of the fan transistor at the bottom. I don't need a single source of RGB crap just for the sake of it. Nothing else lights up. The RAM cooler that I made doesn't light up. It's by design. Optimus block doesn't light up as it shouldn't. Two reservoirs aren't lit up. The fans aren't lit up. The only thing that really lights up is probably the RGB on the motherboard and the diode on the fan blades. So for the most part, this is an RGB-less build, but all white and silver. And I don't think there's too many of those out there. So this is a very fun build. I'm very happy with the result. And it only took a week and 2 days, because the first impression stream was last Monday, and we're a few days late here on a Wednesday. So week and 2 days it took to put something like this together, and I am very happy with the result, and I hope you guys are as well. I appreciate you guys staying and hanging out. I think with this, I think we'll call it. But yeah, I'm just so stoked on the final result of this build. Good from any angle. Put a screen in the empty space in the back. Boba, what are you talking about? Look how nice and simple and clean the back looks with just the open mesh. I think that looks awesome. Putting a screen there would cut off the open mesh. I know what you mean. I understand the insatiable need to put screens everywhere. But I think this build can exist without one. Besides, you got a little mini LCD screen on the GPU shroud. That black square right there, that's a screen. I can tell it. I can have it put CPU and GPU temps if I want. That's all I need. I'm very excited about the RAM cooler. I think that'll definitely be something we think about making for people, not just an STL on our website, but an actual, like, we 3D print it and ship it out. And then it's up to them to fill it, putty it, sand it, paint it if you want. I'm not going to go that distance. It would take way too long. We don't have the time for that. But at least in the sense that, like, making a fun little product where people can use in all sorts of different builds. Build is mid at best. You're mid at best. Who are we fooling here, Sam? Thanks for sticking it out the whole time. I know this is a long stream. We've been at it for almost 5 hours now. Almost 11 o'clock. We started at 6. My goodness, I don't even know who watches the full stream, but thank you so much to those who did.
But yeah, so that's it for tonight's stream. This will be a fun VOD to play back. We'll have on our YouTube. I think it exists on our Twitch for like a week. I think VODs last a week, maybe 5 days or something like that. But yeah, so thanks so much for being here, watching stream, hanging out in chat, vibing, kicking back, enjoying a fun time of just PC building and talking shop. So that is it for tonight's stream. Thank you so much for watching, you guys. And we'll catch you on the next one. Peace.